Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Shantona Chaudhry for the record. Our next witnesses are from the Prime Minister's office, Mr. John Broadhead, Ms. Katie Telford, Mr. Brian Clow.
Mr. Clow, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
First name Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Last name Clow, C-L-O-W.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Telford, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
A religious document.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
Bible. Stand. Sit, stand.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Catherine Telford, K-A-T-H-E-R-I-N-E, Telford, T-E-L-F-O-R-D.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Broadhead, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
John Broadhead, J-O-H-N-B-R-O-D-H-E-A-D.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We're just going to start with a couple of routine housekeeping items, the first of which is introducing your interview summary. So you'll recall having sat for an interview with Commission Counsel on October 11th of this year. And following that interview, Commission Counsel prepared a summary of the interview. Have you all three reviewed that summary?
Yes.
Sorry, just for the record. I know it's a bit difficult with the three of you, but someone answer yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, and also present at that interview was your colleague, Mr. Jeremy Broadhurst.
Yes.
And can you confirm that Mr. Broadhurst as well has reviewed the summary of the interview
Yes.
and that it is accurate according to all four of you?
Yes.
Perfect. So, Mr. Clerk, for the record, that's WTS 6083, no need to call it up. And then the second small order of business is the PMO institutional report. So the Prime Minister's office prepared an institutional report for these proceedings. That the doc ID number of that is DOJIR 6014. And I'd just like you to confirm again that that report was prepared by PCO and that you have reviewed it and that it is accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing I'll say is this is one of the examinations that we're doing as a panel. There are three of you, and some of my questions will be directed at one of you specifically because it's something that's within your personal knowledge or a document or a communication that you were involved in. And some of them I will throw out more generally and the person best placed can answer. And you can also feel free if it's appropriate and you have knowledge to add to someone else's answer, you're free to do that. So the first question I think I'll address to Ms. Telford, which is just, can you explain the mandate and the structure at a very sort of general level of the Prime Minister's office? What does the Prime Minister's office do?
The Prime Minister's office, we serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister, which is different than our public service colleagues in the sense that job security is a little different. We work between elections as well, and many of us, though not all of us, do take leaves during election campaigns to work on election campaigns. But in between elections and working in government, our role is to facilitate information to the Prime Minister, to facilitate his ability to make the best decisions he can to advance the agenda that he was elected on by Canadians. So that includes everything from very operational work. So we have teams of tour advance people, as we call them. We have regional desks who coordinate with stakeholders, including different levels of government in different parts of the country. I'm sure my colleagues can speak to John is our Director of Policy and can speak to the policy team. Brian Clow is one of 2 Deputy Chiefs of Staff in the Prime Minister's office. The other Deputy Chief of Staff is Marjorie Michel. And the other Chief of Staff, since she's not here, is primarily responsible for a lot of the operational elements of the office, ranging from human resources, because we are an office of roughly 100. And so the human resources side, the public appointments as well, there's hundreds and thousands of public appointments that go through government. And so we act as a coordinating body in many ways on the political side between ministers' offices as well. And but our primary job is getting the Prime Minister the information that he needs, getting him the best advice from all parts of government, but also from outside of government that he needs to be able to accomplish what he committed to Canadians he would do if he were elected.
And just building on that, I'll ask you to explain, Ms. Telford, your specific role as Chief of Staff, and then I'll ask each of your colleagues to do the same.
So I view my role in 2 ways. There's the day-to-day management role. So I manage the Prime Minister's office and of an extraordinary group of people who work day and night, particularly during this time period they did. And so it's all the sort of operational scheduling and day-to-day management you can imagine of running an office of that size, as well as coordinating between other ministers' offices as well. So we have a weekly Chief of Staff meeting that involves the Chiefs of Staff from all of the ministers' offices across government as a way of touching base and sharing information, sometimes best practices. And then the other hat I wear at the same time is being a senior advisor to the Prime Minister, and in terms of bringing him the best advice I can from everywhere I can, but also facilitating other people being able to get in front of him and provide him with all the advice and the inputs that he needs to make the best decisions he can for Canadians.
Thank you. And Mr. Broadhead, can you explain your role, please?
Sure. So as Director of Policy, one of the key pieces of my role is to kind of work with the Privy Council office very closely to coordinate the cabinet agenda. So as you've heard through these proceedings, we have many cabinet committees, and so we work with PCO to make sure items are ready to go forward on those agendas, any kind of remaining issues to be sorted out between ministers or departments. So that's one. We have a team of 14 policy advisors. So they cover all the departments. So they each have policy files. So they become the links to the ministers' offices as well as to the content experts at PCO and other departments. And I think in that role, we provide advice to the Prime Minister on policy items. So whether it's items going to cabinet, other items such as the budget, our team will often prepare memos along those lines and advise the Prime Minister on the policy side of these things.
Okay, and we're going to come back in a minute to, you mentioned PCO, and we've heard from a few witnesses last week from PCO. So we're going to come back to the interplay a little bit between your office and PCO. But first, I'll just ask Mr. Clow to introduce himself and describe his role.
So I am one of 2 Deputy Chiefs of Staff, as Katie laid out, and I oversee 5 teams in the office. One is the policy team, which John described. Second is communications team. It's the largest of the 5. They do exactly what their name says: press releases, all government communications, media relations for sure, quite a range of activities in that department. Third is the issues management and parliamentary affairs team. That's one unit. So everything that goes through Parliament, whether it's legislation, votes in the House, debates in the House, the PMO Parliamentary Affairs team engages in that space. But they also focus on issues management, which I like to think of it as the government has its proactive agenda, which is largely driven out of the policy team. And then the issues management team deals with day-to-day developments, whatever comes at us. So certainly the issues management team was involved in what's being studied here quite early on. And then there are 2 more units that I oversee. They're smaller units. One is a global affairs team. They focus on any number of international files. And finally, there's a unit that was created a couple of years ago to deal with the response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. And I should mention that the reason you've all been selected to be here today is you were all involved in some way in assisting the Prime Minister in responding to the events of late January and February that are before the Commission. Certainly not just you, but certainly all of you. So just going back to that question of the interplay between PCO and PMO, I'm not sure who's best placed to speak to that between the three of you, but Mr. Broadhead, you brought it up, so maybe we'll start with you.
So what specifically is of interest? Just the general relationship?
Yeah, so the lines of communication and the interaction between the public service and the political side in advising the Prime Minister.
Sure. So I'll speak to my experience because I obviously cover one part of that dynamic, and I interact with primarily two parts of Privy Council office. One is the kind of priorities and planning group, which is Michael Vandergrift's group. And then the other one is the operations team, which is now run by Kaylee Levesque. Plans and priorities is really the cabinet side, and operations is more the execution and of that. So there is, I would say, a constant flow of information back and forth. They provide us advice. They convene meetings of departments across the government. They really kind of hold the institutional knowledge on many of these files, and so we kind of work very closely together to ensure we're aligned on the policy agenda, that things are rolling out. They also have great experience in terms of execution of policy. So are things getting done? Are things happening that we brought into play? Are they still going? Is it still moving? So it's a very constant and a very important relationship for us.
Ms. Telford, do you have anything to add to that in terms of the lines of communication and in providing advice to the Prime Minister?
I would just add that, and I'm sure you heard this from the clerk, who I have primarily the most contact with, is with the clerk and the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, and to only a slightly lesser degree, the deputy clerk. And they're also the ones who have the most contact with the Prime Minister. And so the clerk meets with the Prime Minister on a very regular basis, often meets with the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister together, and I will attend the majority of those meetings as well. And then she and I will talk regularly in between those meetings as well, in terms of planning out, what needs to get covered and what's going on, and prioritizing who else we might need in those meetings. And so, as John said, it's a very regular flow of information back and forth, and that's true for the entire Prime Minister's office. Everybody has counterparts of one kind or another on the public service side, and the flow of information is significant, though we do have clearly different roles in terms of what our responsibilities are to the Prime Minister, and of course, as I said earlier, how we're employed.
Thank you. Okay. That introduction out of the way, we'll turn to the matters before the Commission. And starting with the very early days of the convoy, can you describe to us when PMO first became aware that the convoy was a thing that was possibly rolling into Ottawa, what your initial impressions of it were, what your sources of information were, and the sort of pre-arrival early days?
So the week of January 17th, there were a few interactions. On Monday, January 17th, there was a report sent from PCO to PMO, I think one or two people in the Prime Minister's office. It might have actually come from a minister's office as a flag, that there was some slow roll activity in Emerson, Manitoba. At that point, though, that information was not shared beyond that. It was just one of any number of issues. As the week went on, though, we started to hear more and see more reports of the convoy protest. On Thursday, January 20th, there was an email that came from PCO to a number of people in PMO that laid out, it was an update on the convoy protest. I think it was focused on, it named three places specifically: Coutts, North Portal, Saskatchewan, and Ottawa. And the update also included a press release from the Canadian Trucking Alliance, which condemned the convoy activity, specifically proposed unlawful activity, which even at that point, what was coming out of a number of the speakers was proposed unlawful activity and road blockages specifically. So it was that week, January 17th, when we started to hear about this. That weekend, I'd say 22nd, 23rd, by then it was on everybody's radar. The week of the 24th is when the Prime Minister started to get updated daily on it.
Okay, and that takes us, Mr. Clerk, can you please bring up ssm.can.nsc402578? So, Mr. Clow, if I take this correctly, you were speaking at that point of PMO's sort of monitoring of what was going on. And I believe the 25th was the first time you got a briefing from the PCO.
So in addition to, I'll look at this email. So there was email traffic and there would have been phone calls the week of the 17th between PCO and PMO. The Tuesday, the 25th, I do believe was the first meeting scheduled with PCO and PMO staff to go through all of the elements as were known at that point.
Okay, so we're just going to look at what the content of that meeting was. Mr. Clerk, if you can scroll down, keep scrolling. Okay, there we go. So this is Mike McDonald, and we know, can you actually just refresh our memories as to who Mike McDonald is?
So he works in PCO and he's part of the national security team.
That's right, Intelligence Secretariat. Okay, so Mike McDonald is explaining and briefing essentially on what the state of knowledge there is at the time. So he says, latest lay of the land, security, coordination, national security apparatus, what do we know? Law enforcement across the country is learning more about the convoy and its organizers as they interact with them. And then there's some description of where it's coming from. The next bullet down says actively monitoring. One thing they're picking up on is chatter on social media. So far, RCMP telling us that the convoy itself is peaceful, not causing problems along the way. Their goal is to get to Ottawa, not have infractions along the way. And then very small online chatter, that's where people are using disturbing language. Mr. Clerk, if you can just keep scrolling to the next page, please. There we go. Following January 6th events last year, which is a reference to January 6th in Capitol Hill in the United States, NSIA worked with PPS, RCMP, and Sergeant at Arms for a scenario planning for regular protests. Push boundaries and plan out for things like an insurrection. This has been done. Then Ottawa Police and PPS have an MOU, have done exercises for these types of protests. On the federal side, we have governance in place that is up and running, ADM, National Security Operations Center, meeting every day to ensure parts of the federal family are coordinated in efforts and can feed information through. So does that represent essentially, first of all, the content of that briefing as you were aware of it that day?
So I wasn't a part of this specific brief, but received this email. And so I have no reason to believe it doesn't represent what was discussed there. But I would say it's only a piece of the picture of what we were watching at that time. There's a reference in there to social media chatter and disturbing comments. And by this point, it was a very significant issue and getting a lot of coverage in media, some of those comments. This email was sent on January 25th, which is the same day it was reported in media that some individuals who were planning to participate in the demonstration were saying they wanted this to be their January 6th. That's why you see, I suspect you see this in this email summary because there were individuals explicitly referencing January 6th. And at this point as well, it was known in public that some people planning to participate in the demonstration had a proposal to replace the government by going to the Governor General and the Senate. It's otherwise known as the MOU.
Okay, so just scrolling down a bit again, Mr. Clerk, there's a comment at the end there. So you'll see at the end it says questions, question mark, Z, and I believe that's a reference to Zita Astrovas, Bill Blair's Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Mr. Blair, Chief of Staff. So she says, curious to know how feed into political level. From our perspective, feel assured having worked in the space of all work being done, but ministers feeling uneasy and keen on details. I'm wondering if you can help us understand what is meant there by sense of unease at the political level.
I think there at that point, there was a lot of conversation going on about what we were seeing and what we thought this was going to be. And there were a number of updates coming through, like the one you see here. But we were also seeing a lot in open source and through the media, which was very concerning. Already mentioned the reference to January 6th. So that's what I think this speaks to.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that in Mike McDonald's email that we just read through, the message coming through is essentially, well, we've planned for this. We did some planning after January 6th and things are sort of under control and the machine is operating as it should. But then Ms. Astrovas raises a concern saying the ministers are actually pretty worried about this. So is it fair to say that there was some unease at the ministerial or the political level that maybe isn't reflected in the briefing?
Yes.
Okay. So then just moving, thank you, Mr. Clerk, you can take that document down. So that's the sort of pre-arrival state. Unless there's anything else you'd like to add about what was going on pre-arrival, but then chronologically, the next thing that happens is that the convoy arrives and doesn't leave when everyone expected it to do. And then we head into the first week of the protests, if we can call it that. So I'd like you to pull up now, Mr. Clerk, ssm.nsc.can 402941. And as that's being done, maybe I can ask you to just describe to us from your point of view what that first week was like and what was going on from your perspective in attempting to respond. And the notes I'm pulling up here are Mr. Clow's notes from a February 3rd meeting, which I think can fairly be described as a brainstorming ideas kind of meeting. But before we get into the specifics of the notes, can you fill in a bit of the narrative of what was happening in your thinking and in your office at the time?
So we watched the convoy arrive, not only in Ottawa, but there was activity in Coutts, very serious activity that first weekend. Emerson, we're starting to see some blockages there. It was down to one lane, it would open up again, some trucks would move, but there was activity in Emerson. So this was already a national issue in the first week. And we continued to see very concerning statements from some demonstrators, including from demonstrators and organizers that they were not going to leave until the government changed its policy. But in that first weekend, law enforcement was responsible, local law enforcement, I should say. And by the end of the weekend, it was clear they weren't leaving. So I would say concern had increased at the end of the weekend. So we in the Prime Minister's office, with PCO, with ministers' offices, with caucus, with others, we were hearing a lot of concern and we were discussing internally and getting updates and sharing information with each other as best we could. Before this meeting on the 3rd, which was well into the second week, there had been a briefing of the Prime Minister by the National Security Advisor and the clerk. So there were discussions happening. What happened on February 3rd and what these notes reflect is this was a Thursday, the second weekend was approaching, and law enforcement had not been able to contain the various protests. And in fact, in my view, they were getting worse. So we assembled and basically covered the waterfront. What's going on? Who's talking to who? What can we be doing more of? What are different provinces and municipalities asking? Are different provinces and municipalities asking questions that if they aren't asking for support, if they aren't, can we have a conversation with them to see if they should be asking for support? So in these notes, you'll see us cover quite a few different ideas.
Okay, thank you. And you'll appreciate we have an hour and a half, so I know I'm skipping through weeks and chronology very quickly, but it's necessary, and thank you for filling that in. So here we go, February 3rd. There's just a few points that I want to pick out here. So the first notation says JB, that's John Broadhead, Mr. Broadhead?
That was Jeremy Broadhurst.
Oh, that's Jeremy Broadhurst. Okay, this may get confusing.
Sorry.
Jeremy Broadhurst. Looks like OPS won't move. Weeks, not days. Weird reinforcements problem or something reinforcements problem.
Weekend reinforcements problem.
That makes more sense. Behind scenes, too deferential, need bad cop. You've got to use tools you have. Whether to change public message is different. And then KT, that's Ms. Telford?
Yes.
Okay, I can't read the first part. The second part says, what, if anything, can we do? What are options? So that's introducing this as a sort of a brainstorming of ideas. And then we'll see a variety of ideas expressed here. Mr. Clerk, can you just scroll down? We see, sorry, just above there, any way we can get Bergen's help. That's a reference to Candace Bergen.
I believe she had just become leader that day.
Okay. And then we have Ms. Astrova saying Blair doesn't want to call slowly, but he's open to calling Watson. And then RFA is a reference to a request for assistance, and we're going to come back to these in a moment, but Ontario could only ask if they've exhausted resources. Scrolling down again, please, Mr. Clerk, until you get to the bottom of the page. So here we have an intervention. Many of the ideas that are expressed here we've already heard about, so I'm skipping through them quickly, but at the bottom of the page here, this is a Yasser, I believe.
So that was separate from the meeting we just covered. That was a phone call from Ottawa Centre MP Yasser Naqvi. He called me and I wrote down what he told me.
Okay, that same day on February 3rd?
Same day.
Okay, so, and what he told you was clearly Ottawa Police and City are unable to deal with this. Reinforcements coming this weekend. It's going to really embolden these folks, my constituents, near breaking point. Worried people will take things into their own hands, I'm sorry. So does that reflect, Mr. Clow, what Mr. Naqvi was expressing to you?
Absolutely. And this was on February 3rd. So by this point, the Ottawa convoy had been here for a full week, a full 7 days, and Ottawa residents had experienced a lot. And I think you see that reflected in Mr. Naqvi's comments.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can we just scroll down to the top of the next page? Yeah, there we go. So I think this is a continuation of the phone call with Mr. Naqvi. What I heard from Slowly, plea for help. It's a plea for something political. Do you recall that reference, Mr. Clow?
I believe that was a reference to either the day before or earlier that week. Chief Slowly said there was no policing solution.
That's correct. It was the day before. And what I'm wondering is what was the reaction within PMO to that statement? Here we have Mr. Naqvi's, I think, interpretation of it, which is it's a plea for something. And then he says it's a plea for something political. Does that reflect, or was there any thinking among the three of you or among your office, within your office, about what Chief Slowly may have been expressing there?
It definitely added to the concern of what we were seeing. And to hear Ottawa Police say that this was not a policing solution was very concerning. And it told us that this was not going to end anytime soon.
I think we can leave those notes for now. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The next ones we'll pull up. Well, it's actually the same notes. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Keep scrolling down until you see February 6th. Yeah, there we go. So says PM February 6th, 6 to 8 p.m. So I assume this is a meeting that was with the Prime Minister, attended by, as it says here, the clerk, the NSIA, and then John, Janice, Jody, Sam. That would be John Broadhead, Mr. Broadhead. Janice is the clerk, Janice Charette, Jody Thomas, the NSIA. Sam, who's Sam?
Sam Cleal is the Director of Issues Management.
Okay.
And there were probably a few other people on that call, not many more. I'm confident Katie was on that call.
Okay, so if we just scroll down then until we see OPS trying to reduce violence or taking some steps. And then below that, Coots persists, but traffic is moving. AB, this is Alberta, asked for RFA. We don't see CAF, the Canadian Armed Forces, being able to help with that. Do you remember who was making that statement there? Is this the NSIA's update there, Mr. Clough?
So one, to situate this conversation, this was Sunday, February 6th in the evening, so the end of the second weekend. Prime Minister was updated just as he was updated the previous Sunday, because a second weekend had passed and Ottawa had worsened and other situations were becoming more difficult as well. And I note the NSA reported that 11 BC communities have protests, 35 across the country. So I can't tell from the notes if that comment was Jody Thomas's comment, the one you asked about. but it looks like it was part of a list of updates from Jody Thomas.
Were these briefings happening daily?
There were multiple conversations happening daily at this point, and there were interactions with the Prime Minister every day at this point in some way or another, but this specific construct of a meeting with the clerk, National Security Intelligence Advisor, and staff didn't happen every day, but it happened with increasing frequency.
Okay. So the next point that I want to look at here is right at the bottom of the page here. ON, that's a reference to Ontario pushed back. And then the notation is PM, established list of mandates. I can't read the next word. Something vaccines.
Gyms, vaccines, all provincial.
Okay, and then under that it says DM for Solgen, so that would be Deputy Minister, Deputy Solicitor General pushed back. And that takes us to an issue that we've canvassed a bit here in the commission so far, and I'd like to get your perspective on this afternoon, which is what was going on in those early days of the protest, the first week and a half, in terms of interaction between various levels of government and the federal and provincial aspects, and especially Ontario's response or perhaps lack of response, if we can characterize it that way. Mr. Broadhead, I believe this is probably best put to you within your purview.
Sure, I can start and then folks can add in. So I would say there was lots of conversations happening at this point with various governments at the officials level, at the political level, across the country, as we tried to make sure we were hearing from them on what was happening on the ground, and making sure we had that intelligence. I think with respect to Ontario specifically, I think there was at the outset a different approach to this to the strategy. And I think as we get to, we were quite keen on this idea of a tripartite table that Minister Blair had been working on. And we thought that was a good way of getting everybody at the table, making sure resources were aligned, making sure everyone looked each other in the eyes and worked together. And at that time, Ontario was not as keen on that approach. I don't really want to, speculate for what the Solicitor General or Deputy Minister or Solicitor General at this point wasn't. But from my conversations with them, they did want to have Ottawa, the City of Ottawa, and the Ottawa Police Service kind of play the lead role. And we're not as interested at that time in the collaborative tripartite approach that we were interested in.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you take those notes down for a second and pull up ssm.nsc.can 403015, please? So, Mr. Broadhead, I think this is a text that goes to the point you were just elucidating. So we don't have a confirmed date for this one, but it must be some.
It's February 8th.
Thank you. And this is a text between you and Ms. Astravis, a text exchange. And she says to you, I believe she's in the blue here, Marco, that's a reference to Minister Mendicino, hasn't heard back from Sylvia Jones. That's a reference to the Solicitor General of Ontario on the meeting with the three orders of government, reference to the tripartite. And you say, yeah, because they don't want to be a part of it. And she says, oh, I know. And you say, so anything I should do, we should just go ahead without them. And then it goes on. So can you contextualize that for us a little bit?
Yeah, as they were getting kind of pushed back or just not support from their counterparts, the Solicitor General in particular, they had asked me to connect with my contact in the Premier's office and to just check and see if was this something that the Ontario government or this minister, just to kind of ascertain some of those kind of contextual details. So I did. I chatted with Jamie Wallace, and it was clear that they were they had a different approach and strategy, and the tripartite table was not a priority for them at that time.
Sorry, who is Jamie Wallace for the record?
Sorry, Jamie Wallace is the Chief of Staff to Premier Ford.
Okay, so you had a conversation with Mr. Wallace, Chief of Staff to Premier Ford, and the message coming back to you was,
this was not a strategy they wanted to pursue at this time.
was there any reason given for that?
It was, I think, my recollection of that conversation was it was really they wanted Ottawa to be the main driver of this and did not want a kind of multi-governmental approach to this at that time. That was the impression I got from that phone call.
Okay. Were you having interactions during this time with counterparts in other provinces as well?
Yeah, so previous to being a director of policy, which I started in January, I was senior advisor with a focus on intergovernmental affairs. And so through that, I got to work closely with a number of the provinces. The three I was having most contact with, one was British Columbia because they were chair of the Council of the Federation at the time. So that was an ongoing active discussion generally. And I want to be clear, not just about this. For example, Mr. Wallace and I were working on childcare very actively at this time as well, and other issues were very would come up. So and then other provinces as well. But the other part of our PMO, which is important in this, is the regional desks, who don't report to me. They're part of the operations team, but they have geographical areas of responsibility. So they're often in touch with provinces and cities, and we have kind of information sharing between us. So I'm in touch with them a lot. They let me know when things are happening. I do as well. So I know that in those times there was a lot of informal contact, as well as obviously from ministers and officials.
Okay, and we may come back to some of those interactions, but we'll stick to Ontario for now. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up ssm.nsc.can 402935? So, Ms. Telford, this is a text exchange between you and Minister Dominique Leblanc, whom we know is the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. And he writes to you and says, just got this from Vandergrift. So that's a reference to his Deputy Minister, Michael Vandergrift. Minister, want to let you know that the Ontario Solicitor General has again declined the invitation to attend the tripartite meeting today on the Ottawa occupation. And you say, I think we need to shine a light on that. He says, we'll say it. Can you explain to us what was going on in this text message and what you meant by, I think we need to shine a light on that?
So I think this was a continuation of what John was just talking about. This was obviously a further attempt at a meeting with the three levels of government, and Ontario was continuing to decline. I don't recall when he says, we'll say it, where that meant, but it putting myself back in that time, I think when I'm saying we should shine a light on it, it's bringing some attention to the fact that Ontario wasn't at the table. And we really did believe it would be a more efficient and effective way to work.
Would it be fair to say that there was some frustration with Ontario's response at this point?
There was definitely some frustration because we believed it could be easier than it was, all things being very relative at that time. But there was ongoing communication with Ontario bilaterally throughout. It just meant that the conversations were happening between Ottawa and the federal government and Ontario. And so there were just numerous bilateral conversations that we just thought could have been better handled and more efficient if we could have all just come together. Because as I know has come up throughout the inquiry, there was a fair bit of confusion around numbers and requests and the RFAs, the way they work, the request for assistance. They do need to go through the provincial level of government. And so not having them as part of the conversation made things that bit more complicated.
That's fair. Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up ONT 50159? So I'm going to ask you here about a meeting that was held on February 6th that was a sort of tripartite, but not quite, between the City of Ottawa, federal government and the provincial government. And the exchange I'm going to take you to, we've seen this document several times in the commission, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But at the end of the document, there's an exchange between the National Security Advisor and the Deputy Solicitor General of Ontario that I'd like to get your take on. So it's February 6th, an 11 o'clock meeting attended by officials from the 3 levels of government. So Mr. Clerk, if you can scroll down to the very bottom of the document. You'll see it says there, Jody Thomas, National Security Advisor, noted that it was a positive meeting and regrets to end on this following point. Would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside the city of Ottawa, e.g. happening in other places like Kingston? And the response from Mr. Di Tommaso was, this is a protest and encampment moving against the federal mandate on trucks. They came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose. Now, Mr. Di Tommaso testified at the commission approximately 2 weeks ago, and he expressed that in his view, he interpreted Ms. Thomas's comment as, and I'll quote the words here, the federal government wanting to wash its hands of the entire matter. And so I'd just like to get your reaction in terms of whether you think that was a fair assessment of what was going on, whether you think that was what was being expressed there, and what Ms. Thomas was trying to express when she said, would the province be looking to the federal government if this was somewhere other than Ottawa?
I might start, I'm not putting too much weight into this, as I read it, and I wasn't there, but this strikes me as frustration and a bit of a back and forth in that frustration happening, and both sides kind of articulating some of that frustration. I think we were trying to look for ways to work together. There were 3 levels of government, and it was a challenge to get these machines working in the right direction. And I think this back and forth my guess would be this is an outcrop of just a frustration around those levels of government and the 2 different approaches that I've outlined before.
Fair enough. And you can appreciate that one of the issues that the commission is looking into is the interaction between governments, and which is not always an easy thing, but how it all played out here. Okay, so eventually around the time of February 7th, 8th, 9th, Ontario became more engaged when the Ambassador Bridge blockade became entrenched. And so we know that has happened. And I'll take you at that point to the witness summary. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk. It's WTS 6014, page 11. Oh, I'm sorry. 83. I'm sorry, I got the wrong number. 83. 14 is the IR. So if we scroll down to page 11, please, Mr. Clerk. Keep scrolling. Oh, keep scrolling. Okay, scroll up a bit, please. What I'm looking for is the panel was asked what in their view. Could be that I have the wrong page number. While they're looking for the reference, Mr. Broadhead, what I want to ask you about is what in your view, you were asked this during the interview, and I'd like you to elaborate on it. What inspired the shift from Ontario? Why did it happen then? And And how did that occur?
And I'll preface my answer by saying this is me not in the government of Ontario, which I did spend a long time in the government of Ontario, but I was not there at this point. I think it, in a sense, it started to become absolutely clear that we had to work together. So it was almost the increase of things happening. So you add the Ambassador Bridge to the Ottawa situation. You have other things starting to happen around the province, in New Windsor, Sarnia, Cornwall, and all. I think it became clear, and I'm hypothesizing here that, but we did see an evolution of their strategy at that time. In terms of at the political level collaboration, I think there's lots going on in other places that I don't want to comment to, but just that's what I can specifically comment to.
Okay. And we know that there were several important phone calls that happened around that time, certainly between the Prime Minister and Premier Ford, which we'll talk about tomorrow when the Prime Minister is here, between Minister LeBlanc, we talked about when Minister LeBlanc was here. Leaving Ontario for a moment and talking about engagement with other provinces, I do want to ask you some questions about another topic that's come up several times here, which is Alberta's request for assistance. So I'm going to put to you a few facts that we know and that have come out already at the Commission and that are also brought out in the PMO institutional report. So there's a notation in your IR that PMO staff engaged with Pam Livingston. So Mr. Broadhead, maybe you can tell us who Pam Livingston is?
Pam Livingston at the time was Chief of Staff to Premier Kenney.
Okay, and there were two interactions apparently between PMO and Ms. Livingston about the Alberta request for assistance. Okay, and that request for assistance we've seen several times before, so no need to pull it up, but was for essentially assistance in tow trucks and removing vehicles from the Coutts blockade. There's also a notation that the Prime Minister had a formal call on February 6th with Minister Blair to discuss Alberta's request for assistance and the ongoing situation. And then I'm going to pull up, or ask the clerk to pull up Mr. Clow's notes again, ssm.nsc.can 402941. So this is the notation I said we'd come back to. This is the meeting that you're having with the Prime Minister on February 6th. And the notation, there it is, thank you. Coutts persists, but traffic is moving. Alberta asked for RFA. We don't see CAF being able to help with that. So at that point, it's apparently been concluded or decided in some form that the Canadian Armed Forces is unable to assist. Is that correct, Mr. Clow?
So the RFA came in the day before that, and it immediately spurred a number of conversations with different offices. Ministers were consulted, and the Prime Minister was consulted on a few different occasions about this. And yes, there was a general sense that CAF should be a last resort, but also in this specific case, I think you've heard from other witnesses as well, but at the time, the discussion was that this was not an appropriate or even useful response to what the problem was. And what I mean by that were these trucks actually going to be able to do the job? That was all part of the discussion that ensued after the request came in on the 5th.
What I'm really wondering about all of these exchanges, and there was a further meeting apparently on the 9th where, again, this time it was Ms. Telford, Ms. Charette, the Prime Minister, and Ministers LeBlanc, Mendicino, and Blair all discussing the RFA during one of the meetings that was held. Why was this RFA treated quite differently than most are? This was elevated to the level of the PMO and the Prime Minister, which most requests for assistance are not. Can you explain or elaborate on that?
And you might want to add to this, but we are usually made aware of requests for assistance wherever they're going in government. And in this case, we were obviously following everything to do with the blockades and the occupation very, very closely. And in this case, because the feedback from departments was coming that there wasn't a way to help, and our what we were trying to do was support anybody who needed assistance on the ground. And so if Alberta was asking for help, we wanted to be able to support them. So it just led to a lot of conversations. It kind of comes to the role that our office often plays of coordination and facilitation, because we then started reaching out and asking questions of other departments saying, does anyone else have the equipment that they might be looking for? It may not be appropriate for CAF and they may not have the equipment, but is there that equipment somewhere else that could be found? So I think, as is in the interview summary, we even went so far as to say, does Parks Canada have this kind of thing? Because the goal was to be able to assist if we could.
Maybe if I can just add, I think that, we also looked at, can we reimburse if they find them privately? Should we reimburse that? So and I kind of push back a little bit on that this rarely happens. Like in a case where the process comes through and it goes to the minister and I've known of other cases where it was like, no, we can't assist. The minister's office will often flag it to us, and we'll ask questions about, well, have we explored this? And I can remember other instances where that was the case, where we just pushed more to find other solutions that in the kind of narrow band of the RFA process, they may not have thought of.
Okay, that's fair. It's the request for assistance that we're dealing with in the commission. It's the only one that we've seen this pattern in, but that's fair explanation. Okay, I'm going to want to shift gears now and talk about what you were hearing during this process with various stakeholders and interlocutors, both nationally and internationally. So Mr. Clow, I'll start with you. We know you had a few conversations with a man named Juan Gonzalez, who's the special advisor to President Biden. Can you tell us about those conversations and what you were hearing from him?
Yes. So I heard from Juan Gonzalez. He is part of the national security team in the White House, and we'd interacted on a few files before the convoy protests. And he reached out, I believe, on Wednesday, February 9th. At that point, it was a request to connect National Security Intelligence Advisor Jody Thomas with the White House Homeland Security Advisor to urgently discuss the Windsor blockade, but also other border blockades that were in effect at that time. So Juan and I had a bit of back and forth about that. That then led to a number of conversations, some of which you heard about this morning from the Deputy Prime Minister. But there were various interactions between the Prime Minister's office, PCO, several ministers' offices, and their counterparts in the United States, in the White House, and different departments in the United States, because they became seized with the border blockades that were impacting them quite significantly.
So you mentioned that we heard this morning from the Deputy Prime Minister that she was hearing a lot of concern from officials in the United States about what was going on, and some encouragement, if we can put it that way, to bring a swift end, given the impact this was going to have on Canada-US relations and trade. Were you hearing similar concerns from the people you were talking to in the United States and or in other countries?
Absolutely. And the concern was not only about trade, economics, dollars and cents. It was for sure. But there was also a discussion in many of these conversations, including between the Prime Minister and the President, that both countries were facing similar forces in certain ways. For example, the United States also saw some convoy activity. I think it was dealt with quite quickly by the Americans, but they saw a trucker protest heading to the Super Bowl. There was one that was trying to be assembled to head to Washington, D.C. So these were part of the conversations as well. It was viewed as a shared problem. But for sure, the immediate issue was the blockades at various border crossings, especially Windsor, and how do we sort these out quickly?
And we understand you also had some conversations with Ambassador Hillman, ambassador to the United States. Can you tell us about those conversations?
Well, she was one of the key principals having interactions with the White House and various departments in the United States. And the substance, one example of substance within those conversations was how can we introduce measures to end the blockades or at least dissuade them from growing and from new ones from popping up. For example, there was discussion of potential immigration measures or penalties placed on people who conducted unlawful activity at these border blockades. There was definitely discussion of whether the United States could provide tow trucks to help, given it was virtually impossible to get tow trucks on the Canadian side of the border. So that's the kind of thing that was discussed.
Did that ever end up happening?
I don't know. So the immigration measures, I don't believe the United States implemented any measures. We did in the Emergencies Act. In terms of tow trucks being provided by the United States, there might have been some in Detroit, Windsor, provided by Detroit or the government of Michigan. I'm not sure about that.
Mr. Broadhead, Ms. Telford, were either of you having conversations with international counterparts? No?
Not during the occupation or when the blockades were on. For months afterwards, I can say, including up until recent summits, though, this is a topic that continues to come up with counterparts from various countries. And the Prime Minister also had calls during the occupation with other world leaders where this was a topic that was coming up because they were watching what was happening in Canada and concerned that they were starting to see the same thing in some of their countries, and they were concerned about copycat situations. So this has been an ongoing conversation with international leaders.
Okay.
And I would just add as well, another feature of all of the conversations between the Americans and us, including the call between the Prime Minister and the President, was the fact that a lot of the support for the unlawful activity here in Canada was coming from the United States in terms of money, in terms of people, and in terms of political support from some of the most prominent US political figures. Millions of dollars came in from the United States, according to published reports. Chief Slowly announced that there were American citizens who had traveled to join the occupation in Ottawa. So that was also a feature of the discussions here. The flooding of 911 phone lines here in Ottawa came largely from Americans, as announced by Chief Slowly and the Ottawa Police. So this was very much a shared problem, and we were talking about it in that sense.
We've heard about some of that already at the Commission. You speak of the foreign funding, and we explored that a bit this morning with the Deputy Prime Minister, and it was found in the end that there were millions of dollars coming from the United States, from private donors. So there was no foreign state funding coming in. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And we've also established that there was little information available to the government at the time of the convoy of how much money was coming in from the United States. That wasn't really information that was available to the government at the time. Would you agree with that?
It definitely became more apparent as time passed, and I totally agree with you. It is cloudy and unclear, and it's concerning that that it happened. But one example I would give, I mean, we felt quite strongly at the time that it was happening, and proof of that, I would say, is when GoFundMe paused the account, you saw some of the most prominent American political figures attack GoFundMe. And they didn't do that for no reason. They did it because it was clear to them, and it was clear to us that a lot of the funding was coming from Americans.
Okay. So you've taken me to what I actually wanted to ask you about, which is one thing we haven't heard much about so far is political commentary coming from the United States. So you'd mentioned prominent political figures who are weighing in on all of this. Can you tell us about some of that, some of what you were hearing or observing on that front?
The issue there were a number of examples from senators, from governors, from the former president. And the issue there is not that individuals and politicians aren't allowed to comment on politics and policies in other countries. It happens all the time. But the concern for us was it was direct encouragement for unlawful activity that was hugely damaging to the country, including the border blockades. So that's why I raise it here, and that's why the President and the Prime Minister spoke about it. It was the support for unlawful activity.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up Mr. Clow's notes again? So that's ssm.nsc.can 402941. Remarkably effective note taker. Now, it's going to be a little challenging to find the page here because we don't have a date for it. So just keep scrolling down until you see talked about the Emergencies Act. So Scroll down again, please. Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep going. I think it's just after this. Keep going, please. There's a lot of blackout in this, so it's a little challenging. Oh, we're at the FMM already, so it must be before that.
I think I saw it a
Did you?
few pages up, yeah.
Can you zoom out a little bit, please, Mr. Clerk, so we can see? Thanks. Okay. Keep going up a little bit.
So a little bit further up. A little bit further. So I think you see.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So first question, we don't have a date on this because it's sort of, there's some blackout before that, but do you remember the date of this, Mr. Claw?
I believe it was February 9th.
Okay. So it's a meeting on February 9th and
This is various things happening over the course of the day.
Why don't you
I wouldn't
tell
call
us
this
what-
one meeting.
why don't you tell us what was happening?
So February 9th was, there were a few conversations going on. I don't specifically remember what meetings at what times, but I did write down, and it was reported to us that Minister Blair had spoken to the clerk about the Emergencies Act. And that was in the lead up, I think, just one day before the incident response group meeting where the Emergencies Act was discussed in some detail, in addition to other things. So this was just a report to us that that conversation had happened between the minister and the clerk.
Okay, so around February 9th, we're getting to the point, as we know, where the federal government felt a need to perhaps intervene in the situation and bring this to a close in some way. So as you say, Blair spoke to the clerk and talked about the Emergencies Act on the options. Can you just read your handwriting there? Didn't commit on the options. Emergency could be peace if that sounds like we have authority. And then a reference to Nathalie Drouin, the deputy clerk, and Fort
So
Justice.
I see this as discussions are happening about how we can help, what more we can be doing. And the Emergencies Act could be a piece of that.
Okay. And we know that the following day, the Prime Minister convened the first incident response group meeting.
Yes.
So I'd like you to tell us a bit about that meeting, the decision to convene the IRG and what that meant in the Prime Minister's eyes, in your eyes, and what an IRG really is.
I think as the clerk may have spoken to already, and I think as these notes show too, the meetings were becoming increasingly frequent with added ministers and different departments getting involved because of the request for assistance amongst a growing number of blockades now, as well as protests in different parts of the country. And the occupation, of course, is now really entrenched in Ottawa. And so as we were having these meetings, the clerk, I believe, advised the Prime Minister, though it made good sense to the group of us at the time as well, that it was time to formalize our structure moving forward, and that we were at a point of national crisis, and that's what the incident response group is put together for. It was a group that was, it was a cabinet committee that was created, I believe, in the first mandate of the government midway through, and it is chaired by the Prime Minister. It does not have a set permanent membership. It is convened with the ministers appropriate to whatever the incident is that is being discussed. And the thing that makes it very different from other cabinet committees is where in another cabinet committee that tends to be policy focused and a longer term. This is obviously dealing with something in real time and something that's crisis-like in nature. But the structural difference too is that officials lead in many ways the conversations within the IRG meetings space, and they are right at the table. So whereas at a cabinet committee meeting, the ministers would be sitting around the cabinet table and the officials might be sitting to the side, they may very well be making presentations, and then the ministers would be discussing those presentations, or they might speak up to make clarification when their ministers call on them for that clarification. At an IRG meeting, the principal presenters are officials. And so whether it's the NSIA, whether it's the commissioner of the RCMP, whether it was the head of CSIS, depending on the incident in past, it might be the CAF and the chief of defense staff. And then the ministers are called on by the prime minister to add anything that they might see as not having been covered, to add any thoughts they have on the basis of the information that's been presented. But they are all sitting around the same table, which makes it quite a different meeting than really any other.
And what's the purpose of that? Why is an IRG structured like that with direct input from officials?
I think for a number of reasons, it's their expertise and getting it in real time to the prime minister and to the ministers, and things are moving very quickly. And it's so it's an efficiency and an effective kind of tool to bring everybody to that same table and convene the leadership of the different security agencies for whatever the security incident is, and to hear from people directly.
Okay. So essentially you remove the sort of the layering up, and instead the prime minister has direct access to all of the inputs that he may want or need.
As do all of the other ministers, because they then get to hear directly from the heads of the different agencies or law enforcement heads.
Okay, fair enough. So we've been through the content of many of the IRGs. One theme I want to pick up with you is something that was eventually brought to the IRG on February 12th, but has been a discussion at the commission throughout, which was the idea of whether the prime minister or anyone from the federal government should engage with the protesters and attempt to bring this to a close through either some sort of negotiation, some engagement, some speaking. So the first thing I'll bring up on that point is, Mr. Clerk, it's PB.can.401184. Or might be 1844, sorry. Ms. Telford, this is a text exchange on February 6th between you and Minister Menachino. So it's early days, but as I said, this theme of interaction, negotiation is something that came up. Okay, can we scroll down, please, Mr. Clerk? Going, keep going. Keep going. Page 8, please. Okay, here we go. So if we can blow that up, it's really hard to read, but you'll see a notation here: lawyer, arbitrator, mediator, author, suggested by Anne McClellan as a possible interlocutor. Again, I think it's a long shot for the reasons we discussed. Also, I noticed after we hung up that we didn't even spend a moment on politics and readiness. Okay, so that part of it may not be all that relevant, but do you remember this text exchange, Ms. Telford?
Now that I see it.
Okay, and do you remember the idea of discussing a possible interlocutor at that point and what was going on? Can you fill that in for us, please?
Look, I think over the course of, right from the beginning of the occupation, when it became an occupation, there were numerous people who were trying to suggest anything they could to try to find a way to assist. And I think that's what Anne was doing here. I've received, and I believe it's part of the documents as well that you've received. I received suggestions from numerous other people as well. MPs were raising names with us. There were suggested names of MPs from other parties who were coming forward, wondering if they could help. There was a lot of people that were trying to find a way to figure out if an engagement could work. And no one was able to take it past that first thought. And so no one could figure out who they should talk to. There was no clear leadership on the other side. There was no clear understanding of what they would even be talking about. The police were already, as we were being informed through the incident response groups, they were already engaging at a certain level. And so it wasn't clear what this engagement strategy would be, let alone if it could have any effect. And, you know, I think there's a difference too between engagement and negotiation. And the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, the government, wasn't prepared to negotiate public health measures that were rooted in science. I also am not sure, and I think a lot of people weren't sure at the time, that really that's what this was all about. And so figuring out what the topic of the conversation could be, let alone who it could be with, that could have any effect on changing the circumstances, when no one could answer that question, really these conversations didn't move past the initial suggestion of, I wonder if.
Okay, so at this point, this is part of the conversation. We're still in sort of early days of the protest, and I think what you're taking us to now is what's come to be known as the engagement proposal, and we've heard some evidence on that. And Mr. Clerk, you can take that one down, please, and pull up following ssm.nsc.can 402958. So, Ms. Telford, I think what you've just been referencing has been canvassed before the commission a bit, and it's Mr. Deputy Minister Stewart's engagement proposal that he prepared with the assistance of Marcel Boden from the OPP PLT. And this is now the evening of February 11th. It's a text that Minister Mendicino sent to you saying, hey there, we got some very last minute and thin paper tonight on an engagement strategy from my deputy minister, apparently socialized it with several people, including the Ontario government, not me. And we'll just scroll down and see the rest of the text, please. He says it's unclear whether PCO, RCMP, or Ontario supports this, but he's flagging this as a concern about information flow. And then he says at the bottom, sorry, but had to let you know, Marco. So can you tell us a bit from your perspective? We've heard Minister Mendicino's perspective on it, but what was your perspective receiving this text? And do you know why Minister Mendicino was essentially apologizing, saying, sorry, I'm just letting you know about this?
When the IRGs began convening, just the day before, I believe, one of the things that was stressed at the first IRG, or in and around the IRG really, was just the need for appropriate information flow and for regular and constant information flow. And so I believe that's what he's saying sorry for there, is he's letting me know that there's this information that is now floating around that has already gone to some people and it had not kind of followed the usual channels. And I think he was sorry that it was the hour that it was, that we were all trying to grapple with what to do here. But I had also just received the paper previously from the clerk, I think about an hour before, by the looks of this. And so I wouldn't read too much into the sorry, and we were much more focused on the draft and ultimately what was decided later that night, after I talked with the clerk, and I then called the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister agreed to put it on, with the suggestion that was coming from the clerk, he agreed to put it on the agenda for the IRG the next day for discussion.
Okay. And we've seen that it ended up on the agenda, and I think you just started to tell us a little bit, but maybe you can finish that answer, why ultimately it was decided not to pursue that engagement strategy.
In some ways, it's what I already touched on, which is this was one more proposal that was not yet at the place that one could act on. There were too many unanswered questions. There was no clarity in terms of who the discussion would be with on either side of the discussion, and what the discussion would be about, and what it might result in. And so, while everyone, including the Prime Minister, was encouraging everyone to put every option on the table, and it's why this was put on the agenda ultimately, there wasn't anything further to pursue on this at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. So we're going to skip a little ahead in the chronology. Again, the following day, February 13th, is obviously key. There's the incident response group meeting in the afternoon, followed by the cabinet meeting in the evening. The decision coming out of the IRG is to have the cabinet meeting, and then the decision coming out of the cabinet meeting is to have a First Minister's meeting to consult on whether or not to invoke the Emergencies Act. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up ssm.nsc.can 402941? It's Mr. Clow's notes again, this time at page 22. So when Minister LeBlanc testified a few days ago, we went through some of the comments that were the record of the readout of the First Minister's meeting and some of what was expressed by the provinces there. And these, I believe, are Mr. Clow's notes of that same meeting. And I'm wondering whether we can go through a bit of these, and Mr. Broadhead, maybe this is best directed at you, but whether you can fill in a bit of the context about what was being expressed during the First Minister's meeting by these various premiers, and whether or not, in your view, it coincided with what you've been hearing up to then about solving the problem of the convoy.
Sure, I'll start, and then my colleagues can add. I think it was quite consistent with what we had heard before, but I think it was a very robust conversation. We had the ministers, Minister Lametti and I believe Minister Mendocino or LeBlanc and the Prime Minister speak. Then the Prime Minister went across the country in terms of making sure he heard from each of the provinces and territorial premiers. I think, we had known on where, not that specifically on the Emergencies Act, but we had known from conversations with Ontario what they were kind of feeling generally. We had heard from a lot of the provinces. So I think it was quite an interesting conversation. I think we did learn a lot, and just to use a couple of quick examples, some of the issues around supply chain that Newfoundland and Nunavut brought up, and concern from the Premier in the Northwest Territories about a blockade, concerns from Premier Horgan about RCMP being stretched too thin, as a contingent had been sent to support another part of the country. And it really kind of showed the national nature of it and the kind of variety of issues folks were facing. And even the folks who were, I would say, more concerned, such as the Premier of Alberta or the Premier of Saskatchewan, even they had said things like, well, I won't quibble with the use of the Emergencies Act, but I'm worried about inflaming folks, which was something we were concerned about, had talked about at IRGs, was a real cause of discussion. And same with Premier Moe, who said, the 6 things you've mentioned sound reasonable, but I'm worried about inflaming. So, and even Premier Legault talking about, the Sûreté de Quebec and, and the dynamic between the Sûreté and the RCMP, and us having to kind of, discuss where those boundaries were with them in calls Mr. LeBlanc mentioned after with Minister Lebel, I believe it was, really showed like it was a very meaty conversation, I found, and but not one where I think we were shocked by what we were hearing because of the outreach that had happened in advance.
Ms. Telford?
I would just add that this was, I'm not sure there's a prime minister in Canadian history that has had as many first ministers meetings as this prime minister has because of the pandemic. And so they were such a regular occurrence. And this group of premiers know each other quite well because of that. And while, you know, there are perhaps sometimes more pointed and more partisan statements made in public facing environments, in these meetings that they have, and I think you can see that in the notes and in the descriptions of it, they are thoughtful conversations, and they do come at things differently. There's no doubt they have different, you know, regional needs, and we're facing different things in different parts of the country. But as Premier King, I can still remember saying, you know, toward the end, he was one of the later speakers as per the notes, and him saying to the Prime Minister, I know you don't take this lightly. And this was a thoughtful conversation. And because they really were grappling with, you know, even those who were concerned about the potential for inflammation if the Emergencies Act were invoked, even those who were concerned about it in their specific regions, understood there was a broader national potential national need here, and that the Prime Minister had the authority ultimately and potentially and the need to do this. And so even those who were showing some reluctance from their kind of premier perspective of their particular province were showing an openness or a recognition, as Premier Kenney did, and sort of saying, I won't quibble with you on whatever you have to do with the Emergencies Act ultimately. And I think that speaks to, they'd had an FMM just a couple of weeks prior to this that was solely focused on, before all of this had started, as par for the course now during the pandemic, because we need to remember the time we were in, which was the height of Omicron. And so they'd actually had an FMM just, I think it was January 10th, where they were talking about the new mandates that the provinces were having to put into place. And we were looking to support them on that front. So this is a group that has navigated crises for a couple of years together in many, if not most of their cases.
Okay, that's helpful context in understanding comments like you just brought up. Premier Kenney saying, I don't quibble with the use of the act. Mr. Cloud, do you have anything to add on that, on this front?
I think it's been well covered. I would just emphasize, I know it's been addressed here and elsewhere in the past couple of weeks, but Premier Kenney's comment on this phone call that there was a potentially violent, hardcore group of individuals at the center of the Coutts blockade who were ready to die for a cause. We had heard that through other reports and from our own officials, but it was a recognition. That's just one example of the very serious potential for violence that was posed by many of these demonstrations.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. So we know that what happened after the First Minister's meeting, which lasted about an hour, there was then, I believe, a call with opposition leaders, and then at some point that afternoon, the Prime Minister received a decision note from the clerk, and fairly shortly thereafter took the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. One thing I wanted to ask from your perspective was any consideration given in any of this to holding a debate before Parliament, not to decide, of course, but to engage in a debate over whether the Emergencies Act should be invoked?
So there was an emergency debate about the convoy and the demonstrations about a week, I think exactly a week before the invocation of the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act itself contains parliamentary process and provisions. So that debate and the vote in the House did happen. But the decision to invoke on February 14th was made after a series of discussions and inputs, the FMM that morning being a critical one, the opposition leader call being a critical one. And the view was time was up and it needed to be enacted right away. And recognizing that the parliamentary process is built into the act and was to come in the days ahead, we thought that was robust.
So essentially that conversation didn't happen because it didn't have to. There was already a parliamentary process built in.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. And I just want to turn briefly now to the topic of revocation of the act, which I know is skipping ahead again. Mr. Clerk, if you can pull up Mr. Cloud's notes again. I don't know what we do without Mr. Cloud's notes here. SSM.NSC.CAN 402941, page 28. The only thing missing from the notes is clear page numbers. Always number the pages. So this is February 19th. It's a staff call, and right at the bottom there, you say Parliament's job is to confirm or revoke. Doesn't impact changes, I believe. After revocation, what happens to frozen accounts? So that's a topic we've explored a bit with finance. At what point do we withdraw based on what inputs? So is it fair to say at this point, this is a discussion of almost first principles? We don't really know what the criteria are to revoke. We need to figure out what those criteria are. Was that an accurate reflection?
It's hard to say for sure what that specific note refers to, but there was progress by that point, the February 19th. We were far from out of it. There were still a lot of situations. There were still many threats. And if I remember correctly, Ottawa there may have been the beginning of action, but it wasn't done. So definitely at the IRGs and on staff calls and in other conversations, we were beginning to ask ourselves, okay, how long is this needed? And it was always understood, and it was made clear by the Prime Minister, this should only be in place as long as it's needed. So we were constantly asking ourselves that very question: what do we need to assess, and what will feed into the decision to revoke?
Okay, and there was I think what I was saying was there's no playbook for it. So it was essentially a discussion from first principles of trying to figure out what these criteria should be. If we could scroll down a bit, please, Mr. Clerk, to the following day, you'll see IRG. Not that one, February 20th. So keep going. So the first notation there says IRG, February 20th, RCMP/officials public brief on how long Emergency Act is needed. Now we're going to take this down and bring up a different document, Mr. Clerk, which is ssm.can.nsc 40/2910. This isn't something that's recorded in your notes, Mr. Clow. What I'm going to bring up is Commissioner Lucky's key messages from that date. So it's an RCMP document, and I'm going to take you through it and ask you whether your recollection is that that was expressed during the IRG. So there we go. So the key messages are, as I said yesterday, the situation across the country remains concerning, volatile, and unpredictable. We are continuing to see a range of protest events and solidarity actions across the country, with ports of entry and legislatures the key targets. I want to underscore two key bottom lines off the top. First, as it relates to Ottawa and Ontario, there is an operational need to maintain access to these powers to ensure that we can finish what we started and prevent any retrenchment, even for the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then after that, it is important that we retain the ability to maintain the perimeter, restrict travel, and ensure we can continue to choke off financial support and other assistance to the protesters in Ottawa. And then it goes on. Do you recall this having been expressed at the IRG, that the Emergencies Act should stay in place by the RCMP, by Commissioner Lucky, for another 2 or 3 weeks?
My colleagues may have stuff to add, but I don't know if it was conveyed on the 20th, but that was definitely a message right up to the revocation, that the RCMP believed that the powers were critical, and they argued that they should stay in place for a period longer in order to prevent additional blockades from starting or from people from returning to the ones that existed.
Okay. Ms. Telford, Mr. Brada, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's.
Agree.
Okay. and as we know, that's not what happened in the end. The act was revoked 3 days later. So is it fair to say that input was received but not followed by, in the end, the government?
Important to point out is that both for the invocation and the revocation, the RCMP was one of many inputs. So for sure, this view would have been considered and was considered. But ultimately, the Prime Minister and the IRG decided to revoke when they decided to revoke, based on what many different inputs.
Okay. One thing I wanted to ask you as well about the revocation decision is there have been some suggestions that the motion to confirm the declaration of emergency had been passed through the House of Commons, but was up for vote in the Senate. And that part of the timing of revocation may have been due to some perhaps lack of confidence around whether the Senate would confirm the declaration. Can you speak to that?
So quite the opposite, actually. And yes, I am aware of that suggestion that perhaps there was an attempt to revoke before the Senate got to its vote. We actually wanted the Senate to move as quickly as possible, and I think it did too, but as it was reported to us, the Senate was delayed in convening partly because of the very significant continuing Ottawa demonstrations that were happening right on the Senate's doorstep. They did begin their debate at a certain point, but that was not considered when it came to revocation. The decisions around revocation was, what's the situation? Is this act still needed? Are these powers still needed? We would have liked the Senate to have its vote, but I will also say I know of no reason to believe that the Senate would not have endorsed it. And I do believe that, I'm not sure about this, but I do believe that this commission has seen evidence that the Chief of Staff to Senator Gold, the government leader in the Senate, was doing vote counting, and they were quite comfortable that they were in a good place.
Anything to add on that point, Ms. Telford, Mr. Rada?
No, I completely agree with what Brian was just saying. And I would just add that it was extraordinarily important to the Prime Minister that he be true to what he set out in the beginning when he invoked the act, and that it wasn't going to last 1 minute longer than absolutely necessary. And so that was the entire motivation behind when the revocation happened. The same way, safety and security was at the core of every meeting he was having throughout. The politics and parliamentary issues were on a completely separate track from that decision making.
Okay. Those are actually all the questions I have for you, since given that the Prime Minister will be here tomorrow, your boss will be speaking for himself. Those are the questions that I have for you this afternoon. But before I sit down, is there anything that we haven't covered here today that you would like to say now that you have the opportunity?
I think we're good.
Nope, pretty quiet. Okay, thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think probably this is a good time to take a 15-minute break and let everyone get up and stretch. And so we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. Now, the next stage. First, I'd like to call on the Government of Alberta, please.
Good evening to this panel. My name is Stephanie Bose. I am counsel for the province of Alberta. I just want to start with the statement in the PMO institutional report, which indicates that PMO staff engaged with Premier Kenney's Chief of Staff, Ms. Livingstone, on February 5th and 12th. I just want to confirm that during that time, the PMO did not discuss the possible use of the Emergencies Act during those engagements. Is that correct?
That it was not me having those conversations, but that is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the first ministers' meeting, Mr. Broadhead, you were asked about your understanding of the various positions of premiers at that meeting. I'd like the clerk to pull up ssm.nsc.can 50625. And these are some expanded notes prepared and produced by the Government of Canada describing that meeting. Once we have them up, I'll ask the clerk to please scroll down to page 3. Okay, so we can see here that there's some further notes about the comments of Premier Kenney at this meeting, and I'll just walk through some of these right now. He starts by describing the situation in Coots and how it went from 1,000 trucks on a rolling protest to 900 going home with 100 staying behind, and then down to a group of 40, which he described as a core group. Then you'll see him describe the arrests at the border and indicate, we believe the situation has been secured. And further down there, have procured on market for equipment and have drivers in place, unless an unexpected surprise should open Coots border crossing today. A little farther down again, would be problematic to declare emergency today to take momentum of arrest last night. Declaration risks further radicalizing thousands of sympathizers in Alberta. Know you have a lot of serious issues to balance off, including in Ottawa, but I am suggesting this could create a net negative for Alberta. If we need to seize or compel people, we are prepared to use our own Emergencies Act. So you would agree that it's fair to say that the Premier's position at this first ministers' meeting was that invoking the Federal Emergencies Act was neither wanted nor needed in Alberta, correct?
Yeah, I would say he was definitely clear that he did not believe it was needed in Alberta at that time.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to switch tracks with you and ask about what was done to prepare the Prime Minister for the February 13th cabinet meeting, and specifically where his inputs of information came from. So I'm going to ask you, you can answer yes or no, whether the PMO was responsible for providing the Prime Minister with the following information. And that's about the status of the RCMP operation in Coots. Was it the PMO that was responsible for providing that information to the Prime Minister?
No.
How about the status of Alberta's acquisition of tow trucks from the private market?
The Privy Council leads these briefings that you're referring to.
Okay, so I'll just name off a few more, and maybe then you can tell me if there was anything in my list that that the PMO was responsible for providing the information to the Prime Minister. And those are the status of the protests in Windsor at the Ambassador Bridge, the status of opening of the Ambassador Bridge, the status of the OPS operational plan with respect to the protests in Ottawa, or that the Commissioner Lucky was of the view that not all tools available through existing legislation had yet been exhausted.
We may have added information if we'd heard it through ministers' offices or through open source information, but the briefing on all the matters would have been led by the clerk of the Privy Council, the deputy clerk of the NSIA.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I would just add that we heard at various points in the weeks leading up to invocation of the act that action was about to be taken in some of the places that you mentioned. And on the point about RCMP stating that not all tools have been exhausted, that was obvious to everyone. In various locations, law enforcement had tools that they weren't able to enforce because there were other more serious issues preventing that. And that's partly why decision was made to invoke the act the next day.
Okay, and so you would agree that the Prime Minister had that information as well, that there were tools available, but that they weren't being used?
As I said, that was obvious to everyone who was watching what was going on the ground.
Okay, thank you. I would like the clerk to please pull up ssm.nsc.can402941. And this is a record that Commission Council has taken you through in some detail already. There's just a few places where I was hoping you could help me read some of the writing. So, Mr. Clerk, if you could please scroll down to page 12. Actually, this is not something that I need clarification on the writing on, but something I do have a question on. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place here. So if you see on the right-hand side, there's a note beside Brenda, and I'm assuming this is Commissioner Lucky, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she indicates with respect to Coots, they were almost gone, but a pastor incited them to stay, was 250 vehicles, now down to 40, and weapons are in the protest, need to go slow here. Was the Prime Minister part of this conversation?
Yes, he was. This was the February 10th incident response group meeting.
Okay, good, thank you. And then if we go to page 23, here's where I'll need your help interpreting the writing. Thank you. So we can see about a quarter of way down the page, there's an arrow and it says specific. And what's the next word after that?
To be honest, I can't read it either. The quality of the photocopy is not strong.
Okay, so specific something, draft list, using the money as and then what's that next word there?
As a hook for the national stuff. So this was a reference to we knew and we heard on the FMM call that some premiers and some people felt that the act should not be applied nationally. And this comment referred to needing to underscore in the communications that part of the reason the act needed to apply nationally was so that it would apply to financial transactions across the country, given many of the demonstrators were from across the country.
And I think you just said that this was about needing to refer in the communications. What communications are you talking about?
So this was February 14th, 12:30 p.m. after the FMM, as preparations were underway for a potential prime ministerial announcement later that afternoon. Prime Minister took the decision to invoke the act later that afternoon, and he went out and announced it.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about that announcement. If we can go to ssm.can402665. And if we go to the very last email in this record, there's a discussion of a press conference that was at that time scheduled for noon on February 14th. And we'll see the time of this email is listed as February 13th, 8 p.m. Now, I'm not sure if this is one of the emails that's caught with the time difference related to Greenwich Mean Time, but it's either 3 p.m. or 8 p.m. on the 13th. In either event, that's before the cabinet meeting, correct?
I can't confirm the timing of the email, but
Okay.
It could be.
Okay. And it indicates that there was going to be a press conference the next day with the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino, and Minister Lametti. There's a bit more discussion in other emails, including that Minister Lemley is there just to answer questions and that only the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister will provide comments. Is this because that was the press conference that was intended to announce the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
So what I would say is, at this point, there were numerous statements being made by the Prime Minister and other ministers to media, sometimes in the form of a press conference. My recollection was this was planning for a statement of some sort. And yes, given the Emergencies Act was under consideration, it was a scenario at that time that they could be making announcements about the Emergencies Act the next day, but the decision had not been taken at that point.
So you'll see that it says, as you know, the presser is to provide an update on the federal government response to the blockades as well as the Ukraine. And I'll take it from your answer that there was some anticipation that maybe it might be about the Emergencies Act, but what other announcement was going to be made about the blockades the next day?
There could have been any number of measures taken, and that was the examination going on exactly at that time. What tools could exist? Is it going to be enough? Decision was Emergencies Act had the tools required, and that's why that decision was taken the next day.
And I understand that part of the DMO's role is to prepare speeches for the Prime Minister. Is that correct?
The DPMO, no, the Prime Minister's office and PCO prepare speeches for the Prime Minister.
Sorry, I thought in the institutional report that there was mention of drafting speeches by the Prime Minister's. Oh, I'm sorry, by the Prime Minister's office.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misspoke there. Did the Prime Minister's office?
Just to let you know, I think you're over your time, so you're going to have to wrap up pretty soon.
Okay, I'll just finish this area. Did the Deputy Prime Minister's office draft a speech for the Prime Minister for the press conference on February 14th?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions tonight.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the convoy organizers, please.
Sir, before I begin, I have an issue that I need to address. As you know, and I've made applications several times, the disclosure in the record is entirely deficient. We've been trying to deal with these redactions. There's still redactions for parliamentary privilege, which the government has not removed. There's no legal basis for, as you've already ruled, to redact any document on the basis of parliamentary privilege. There's also the issue, as I've re-raised by email as well, the issue with the notes of this witness. The process that was used in dealing with that needs to be reassessed. These are important witnesses. I need rulings, and so does everyone here. The rulings on the redactions are so important. And for example, Ms. Jody Thomas testified and said that she supported the invocation of the Emergencies Act. But there's a note that we got after we fought for the one redaction we got that said Jody Thomas did not. And it was put up on the screen. It was notes taken. It had one Section 39 redaction on it. So if that's a cabinet document, we can assume cabinet knew about it. And it states that Section 2, no violence, and they were trying to come up with a way how to make this work anyway. That would have been very helpful to have when she was on the stand under oath. This is happening constantly. There is thousands of documents that DOJ is dumping.
If you can, I'm not looking for a speech. I understand there have been issues about redactions. I believe that one is one I ordered disclosed, and I believe you questioned somebody about it as recently as yesterday or the day before. I am not sure about the redactions, certainly for, just to qualify, the redactions with respect to parliamentary privilege. I didn't say it doesn't exist. I said it was novel and that the arguments presented were insufficient, and I ordered the 3 redactions disclosed. We received something, I think it's yesterday, or maybe it was even today, and I apologize, I haven't yet ruled on it. That's true. But I do my very best to make decisions. I try my very best to make them intelligent and thoughtful, and that sometimes is not done immediately. So that's sort of how I can respond to those points.
So, sir, I can make it very easy, and we've written your counsel for a set of them. So the law is such that where a redaction is sought on the basis of irrelevance, it is not the onus of the person seeking to have it redacted on the basis of irrelevance. It's the onus on the person seeking for it to be redacted. And the purpose for that is that all of the documents given to us are subject to the implied undertaking rule. So they don't become public until a ruling on their relevance is made.
Okay, well, I'm not in a position to rule on that. I suspect that's the request you made either yesterday or today. I don't know which, and I'm sorry, I'm not in a position to rule on it right now.
Sir, but...
So what I'd like you is if you could proceed with your examination, or that would be, I think, ideal at this stage, and I'll do my best to deal with the motion, the redaction issues as soon as possible.
Okay, but I just want to put on the record that throughout this entire proceeding, all counsel here, and we're on national television, this is supposed to be completely transparent. This is the purpose of this.
I'm doing my very best.
It's not your fault.
Well,
It's just the fault that nobody's ordering DOJ to actually produce what they're obliged to do.
well, that's something you can deal with in another forum. I'm doing the best I can here. I think we've gotten a lot of disclosure. There are issues, and we're dealing with those issues that are raised as they are raised. We dealt with the ones you raised, I believe, at the end of last week, made some orders, confirmed some of the redactions, and we'll deal with your most current application.
But could you just not order that the redactions for parliamentary privilege, because I can tell you, I've studied that area in and out. And the reason no one could provide you an authority for the purpose of a redaction on the basis of parliamentary privilege is it doesn't exist. And parliamentary privilege is, of course, an ancient doctrine. And if you would just order the production of the records without those redactions, it would remove a whole bunch of them. Then, if you would order the production of all relevant records with respect where irrelevant is claimed, those records are then subject to the implied undertaking rule. And there's no national security issue with those. If they were, Section 38 would be claimed. There's no cabinet confidence, so Section 39 is not claimed. And that has been the law. It's time immemorial. How can you contest if something's relevant if you don't know what it says? And my problem is that this witness is now on the stand. One of the documents is key in my submission. It is the notes of Ms. Jackson, which is the office assistant to this witness. There are redactions therein on the basis of irrelevance, and there are redactions therein also, I believe, on one of the other grounds. And I've sent a written motion, if you will, email to your counsel. We've been asking for these things and asking for proper production throughout this proceeding. All counsel are in agreement that we don't have proper production, sir.
Okay, well, I'm not sure you can speak for all counsel, and I'm sure they can speak for themselves as to whether or not you've been asking for this a long time. I'm not aware that you asked about those redactions,
So,
but maybe I don't have the records. But
So, sir,
anyways, we're going to have to stop this.
Yeah.
And despite your belief that the law is always very clear, my experience of 20 years is that's why judges are around. So if you could proceed, otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere.
So if I could bring up the notes of Ms. Jackson, which are at, if I may, I'll just a second. SSM.can.7719. Okay. So, Ms. Telford, Sarah Jackson, she's your office manager, is this correct?
Yes.
All right. And so obviously she's a scribe and does scribing for you when you're in meetings?
No.
All right. So the notes that she takes, she has, if we can scroll down. And down. Right. So that says KT call, and I take it that's you?
KT usually does refer to me.
Right. So she's taking notes of a phone call she has with you?
I don't know.
You don't know. So that's on February 4th. Do you remember February 4th?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened on February 4th?
Well, no, I don't remember in that level of detail.
Okay.
Is there something you're looking for in particular?
Well, I'm trying to find out, because I have to build a record for this. Do you have any idea why anything in your conversation on February 4th in that note would be irrelevant?
I don't know.
And I take it when you spoke to Ms. Telford, or sorry, to this individual at the time, there was no lawyer present, was there?
I don't know what this call is.
Okay, so can we scroll down then? So you see there, the government has claimed solicitor-client privilege, okay? And you don't remember speaking with a lawyer on February 4th, do you?
As I said, I don't know what this call is.
Right, so how would the government know, if you don't know, that this is solicitor-client privileged? They couldn't, could they? So it's redacted, and this is the problem, sir. You have irrelevant.
Is
And-
there a question?
Yes, and so if we can scroll down. Okay. And in that note, on February 4th, I know you don't have a good memory, but in your conversation,
That's a,
no, I know good memory of February 4th. I know she doesn't have a good memory of it, but it wasn't an insult. Blair's Current Strategy Emergencies Act, right? So I take it your understanding, she's writing down what you're saying, and you told her that Blair's current strategy is the Emergencies Act. So it was Minister Blair's strategy to invoke the Emergencies Act on February 4th. That's your understanding, isn't it?
No, that's not my understanding.
So what was Blair's current strategy Emergencies Act on February 4th, 2022?
I can't speak to what's written here.
You don't remember?
No, if you wanted to pull up notes of mine from February 4th, that might be helpful, but I can't
Okay.
speak to these.
Do you have notes from February 4th?
I have notes from a lot of days that have been provided.
You've been provided? Okay. Have you provided all of them to the Department of Justice? Okay. And would you say that you provided notes from each and every single day?
From any day I have notes on.
Okay. And with respect to this meeting, do you remember what you and Ms. Jackson were talking about?
I unfortunately don't know what meeting she's taking notes from here without more context. It may
Okay.
or may not even be a meeting I was in.
But obviously, you were discussing the Emergencies Act.
The Emergencies Act came up at numerous occasions, as we've said earlier
Okay.
earlier today.
Do you think it would assist the tribunal in this inquiry if Ms. Jackson testifies?
No, I think I can answer any questions you might have.
But you
that are
can't answer what
relevant.
that note says.
Is there something you're curious about that note in particular?
Well, on February 4th of 2022, Ms. Jackson, in a conversation with you, writes down Blair's Current Strategy Emergencies Act, right? And you hadn't even had an IRG at that point.
I believe you've had an opportunity to speak with Minister Blair.
Yeah, and I put this to him, and he said that it wasn't true. So wouldn't it be helpful if you can't remember?
I'm not sure that was correct. That
He said that he never had, I put the note to him, and he said that wasn't his strategy, that's incorrect. That was his
That
evidence.
doesn't mean it isn't true. I mean, all this note says is Blair's current strategy and Emergency Act underneath it, so.
On February 4th. When was the first time that the government came out and spoke that they were considering invoking the Emergencies Act. Do you remember?
Publicly?
Yeah.
I mean, there were questions from the media where ministers were speaking about the Emergencies Act long before it was invoked.
Yeah. And Minister Blair, I discussed this with him, on February 13th, for the first time, he went on a show and he talked about that it was under consideration from the outset. But then when he testified here, he said it wasn't. So was the invocation of the Emergencies Act under consideration from the beginning of the protest in Ottawa?
The Emergencies Act was something that was discussed at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was a public conversation at that time, as well as a private conversation. There were calls for the Prime Minister.
If we can put the document back up, please.
Perhaps it's Brian Gover for the Government of Canada. Perhaps the witness could complete her answer to the question without interruption.
Oh, no, the document went down. I'm not done. I apologize. So thank you. So, and I understand that there was a consideration of a public welfare emergency, right? That's very different than a public order emergency. You know that. There doesn't have to be a Section 2 security threat, right? And
Are you talking about, I'm not sure when you're talking about or
you were
what you're
talking about from COVID, because you said it was under consideration then.
They did look at the Emergencies Act at that time, and there was a public call for that at the time, and it was determined because the Prime Minister was very reluctant, as he was during the occupation this past February, to invoke it. And so there's been conversations at various occasions about the Emergencies Act over time.
So when that note's taken on February 4th, 2022, are you saying that you're talking about it in relation to COVID?
I genuinely don't know what this note is, as I've already said to you a few times.
Okay. So if I can scroll up or down, or up, please, or down, but we'll go down. Down's fine. Okay. So that says flag to KT, February 10th. And it's written in there that this is irrelevant. What does that mean? Why is it irrelevant? Do you know? 'Cause
So I don't know specifically, but
don't know either.
I could surmise that flag to Katie means it's probably a bit of a to-do list of things she wanted to flag to me
Okay.
that were obviously deemed irrelevant to what we are talking about today.
Okay, and could we scroll down again? And this one, where it says staff blockade, right? And then it has Section 39 invoked. Do you know what that means?
I don't know why they invoked it there.
Right, and so I take it when you were having this phone call, there was no one else present on the phone other than you and Ms. Jackson, was there?
I don't believe that this is a phone call any longer.
Well, if we scroll back up, this is the second page. It's the
Yes,
way
it
it's
said
ordered.
flag
Oh,
to Katie at the top.
flag Kitty, okay. And so on February 10th, do you remember if Ms. Jackson was in a meeting with cabinet?
She is not normally in meetings with cabinet.
So how could Section 39 is a cabinet confidence? So how can, so this is the problem. Those are my questions.
Thank you. If we could now call on the Ottawa Police Service, please.
Good evening. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for Ottawa Police Service. Ms. Telford, my questions, at least initially, will be directed to you. I understand that the PMO relies on the RCMP.
Generally? What do you mean?
Well, I guess the PMO relies on the RCMP to protect the Prime Minister and others,
Yes,
and you trust the RCMP.
we do.
The RCMP has kept the Prime Minister and his family safe,
They have.
and the RCMP takes security very seriously.
They do.
And one of the documents, I won't take you to it, but I believe the commission took you to it. One of the documents that you were taken to reference the Intersect group. You're familiar with the Intersect group?
Can you remind me?
Sure. It was described in that document as a group that gets stood up and is composed of the OPS, the RCMP, PPS, OPP. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And all of them are involved in decisions and discussions about these types of protest events and security concerns, correct?
That sounds right.
And in fact, in that chain of emails that you were taken to, there's reference, and it was on January 25th, Ms. Powers indicates that the key will be tomorrow's Intersect meeting and how law enforcement will pre-mobilize. So you're obviously aware that the RCMP, whom you have a lot of confidence in, is monitoring the protest as it's approaching Ottawa, correct?
Yes.
And on January 27th, and I won't pull it up, but I'll give the reference for the record. It's pb.can401844. There's a series of text messages, I believe, between Minister Mendocino and yourself, and you indicate that the RCMP, or he indicates to you that the RCMP on January 27th says that the current estimate is about 2,700 trucks, but the numbers could fluctuate. Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
And there's another document from the PMO, I believe it's from Ms. Power. She's the issues advisor.
She's one of several issues advisor, but she holds the file for public safety.
And so there's an email from her on January 28th. Again, the reference number is ssm.can.nsc402795. And she gives some more data as to what the status is. One of the things that she references in that report on the latest numbers is Project Hendon. And we've heard a lot about Project Hendon. Was that something that you were familiar with as well?
Not at the time.
I'm sorry?
Not at the time.
Okay. Subsequently, you did hear about Project Hendon, is that right?
During the inquiry, I've heard a fair bit
Right.
about it.
And so she's referring to, so obviously the RCMP, I'm assuming, has access to the same Hendon data as the other security services. Fair assumption?
I couldn't speak to what information they had access to.
Okay. And so what we see when we look at all of these documents that I'm referring to is the numbers of vehicles, of trucks in the convoy in the last couple days before it arrives is a constantly fluctuating number. Nobody seems to be able to get a full grasp on it. Is that fair?
It certainly felt that way.
And certainly nobody, even the RCMP, up until that day, the Friday, were saying that this protest was going to become an occupation, correct?
I will say in those updates that were coming from Mary Liz Power, and they were more than once daily by the end of the week, there were some references, and I do believe this commission has seen in those emails, and I think it was attributed to Op Intersect, that this could be a prolonged demonstration. But you are right, there was a lot of uncertainty about what was coming.
And so you understood that even the law enforcement community couldn't predict exactly what occurred and what did in fact occur. Fair?
I agree this was a challenging situation for everyone.
And you wouldn't fault the RCMP for that, would you?
No.
You've talked about what you saw on social media in the days leading up to it, and CSIS has told us that analyzing social media is rather complex and requires more than simply scrolling through social media. You wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, would you?
I think it's a fair statement, but there are some things said on social media that represent clearly the views of the person expressing it. And in this case, in this demonstration, there were statements made on social media about threats of violence, threats to individuals, and aims and motives that they had for this
I'm sorry, I don't mean
demonstration.
to cut you off, but I have a very limited amount of time. My question was more related to the numbers of people that are coming on social media. Because what Mr. Vigneault said is it is difficult to tell. It's a challenge, I think he said, to know when someone moves from the online space to physical space, and the social media is full of misinformation. Ms. Telford, you wouldn't disagree with that, would you?
I think it was challenging for everyone, and that's why it was important to bring everyone together at various points. But I do think there was, I think a number of people, including Mr. Vigneault, have spoken about how figuring out the social media space is something that needs to be done coming out of this.
Right. And you recognize, just moving on to another area, you recognize that police, and we've heard from a number of ministers, that police need to have operational independence from government,
Absolutely.
and that police have to make operational decisions in real time for reasons that may not be evident to the government or to the public. Fair?
Of course, and that's something we took very, very seriously.
And again, you respected that operational independence. You wouldn't want the police, whether it's the Ottawa or OPP or the RCMP, to take action without considering what impact that action would have on officer safety or crowd safety or children in the crowd.
Of course.
And in fact, one of the lessons of Ipperwash that we've heard is that governments should not be allowed to influence specific law enforcement operational decisions. You'd agree with that? Fair?
Ipperwash was actually something I asked after, and we got a verbal brief on very early on. I think it was actually even before before it became even an occupation, because it was something we were very preoccupied about respecting.
And it's because decisions, those type of operational decisions, belong to the police based on their expertise and their discretion, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing to suggest that the Ottawa Police Service did not exercise their discretion legitimately and in good faith in this case. Is that fair?
Fair.
The situation we've heard in Ottawa was, I'm going to use a word that we've all heard a lot in this, was a volatile one. You wouldn't disagree with that.
It was extremely volatile.
And ultimately, that situation was diffused. But you'd agree with me that diffusing a situation like this one is something that takes time. In fact, the Prime Minister, in a conversation with the Governor General on February 5th, specifically made that point when he said it's going to take time to diffuse this. You wouldn't disagree with that, would you?
I believe that conversation was a ways into the occupation already. So I don't think I can agree or disagree with whether or not these things always take time.
And ultimately, in addition to time, it took a massive amount of additional resources as well, correct?
It certainly did in this instance.
And those, let me just finish off my remaining minute or two. Negotiations, you understand that before police execute a tactical operation, they will try and diffuse a situation and try to negotiate, right?
These were things we were briefed on, yes.
And in fact, you'll recall that the Prime Minister and Minister Blair met with opposition leaders and provided a briefing on February 10th. And at that briefing, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor specifically said law enforcement activities are in line with negotiations with organizers to ensure there's no violence. That makes sense to you, doesn't it?
Yes.
And she also indicated that Minister Blair talked about the importance of negotiation by the police, and you wouldn't disagree with what Minister Blair said?
No, I believe this was the first call with the opposition leaders that was earlier on in the occupation. Is that right?
I'm not sure if it was the first or the second.
I'm pretty sure it was the first.
Now, we talked about the engagement proposal that was prepared as a framework for negotiation. And I understand that Deputy Minister Stewart on February 11th advised that that engagement proposal had been prepared and validated with the OPP expert, Marcel Baudin. Do you recall that?
I know he worked with somebody in the OPP.
And in fact, Chief Slowly had earlier on also requested an interlocutor be used as a method of achieving a breakthrough. You're aware of that?
I'm not sure.
And one of the rationales, and I'll just finish off this point, if I may, Commissioner, one of the rationales that you mentioned in your witness statement for why the engagement proposal went nowhere was what happened in Windsor. And when I looked at the record, there's an indication in a document that we'd seen previously. It's PBNSC.can 402963. Deputy Minister Stewart said that the reason the letter from Ontario Minister Jones didn't have much effect was owing to the late hour of the day in which it was given out and the enforcement starting the next morning. You wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, would you?
I do believe that's what the Deputy Minister said.
Right. And after the engagement proposal was discarded as an idea, nobody went back to the police and said, or Marcel Baudin, and said, hey, what else should we do? Is that fair?
It wasn't discarded as an idea. There was nothing to act on. I do think those are different things.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. If I could now ask for the CCLA, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Mr. Commissioner, my friend Mr. Honor from the Democracy Fund has given me 5 of his minutes, and he's going to limit his questioning to 5 minutes. So I have 15 now by my count.
Okay.
So I want to ask you about a theme that my friend Mr. Majakowski was just asking you about around sort of this question about the proper relationship between police and government. And I would imagine that as both employees in the Prime Minister's office and obviously residents of Ottawa, it might be difficult to sort of separate the fact that you're looking at what's going on both from a policy perspective, but also living through it right? You live here.
I don't.
Oh, you don't live here?
I live in Toronto.
Oh, okay. So some of you live here. Now, I know you have access to briefings from the RCMP. I'm not sure if you get briefings or sit in on briefings from any of the intelligence bodies. But I think we've seen some documents that also sort of show you doing a bit of your own, getting information, as we all do, from media sources, from social media. So for example, can we pull up SSM NSC CAN 402940? And I think, Ms. Telford, this is a text message between you and the Prime Minister. I think it's a tweet from a reporter. An admission police this is February 2nd, an admission police cannot control the situation. This is a complete mess and textbook mismanagement. They allowed the truckers to set up shop next to the PMO in West Block and where tens of thousands of people live, and now realize the problem they helped create. Unbelievable. And I think this is the Prime Minister writing to you. The PPS, I think that's Parliamentary Protective Service, RCMP guy in caucus said as much. He said he didn't want to let them onto Wellington, but it wasn't his call. So are you sharing this with the Prime Minister as just sort of here's what's happening on the ground, here's what people are talking about, here's what's in the zeitgeist?
In a manner of speaking, you'll find throughout a lot of the texts that I submitted a lot of different tweets, as well as information from the Prime Minister's executive assistant who lived right in Centertown and was keeping him posted on what it was like on the ground.
Okay. And then can we also pull up SSM CAN 407729? I forget that they're also here, but I can't really see them. So, so over here, again, I think, can we just scroll down just a little bit? So this is Evan Solomon. Just walked through the protest on Parliament Hill tonight, and I spoke to two guys carrying fuel containers past police. The police chief said protesters would not be allowed to bring fuel to, I think that's trucks, but these two said police aren't bothering them at all, no enforcement. And I think this is you. Sorry, can we scroll up? Was this one of your texts?
No, it's not
okay.
actually. So what you can't see there is that also in this chat is the Prime Minister's executive assistant, or was executive assistant at that time.
Okay.
And so that's an example of what I was just describing.
Okay. And can we scroll down? So saw this type of thing happen when I left Hill, gas coming in, and cops were just standing, looking at them walk by. We've heard evidence in the commission that at some point protesters started filling jerry cans with water as a bit of a tactic, so that it looked like the police weren't doing anything about gas being brought in, but in fact it was water. Is that something that you were aware of, or have you heard about that during the course of the commission?
I've heard a number of things to do with the jerry cans over the course of the commission.
Okay. Is it fair to say that what you were seeing both on social media and in the media and on the ground here in Ottawa as residents or part-time residents maybe, weren't sort of matching what you were hearing from the police, from briefings from the RCMP?
I think especially in the early days, there were a lot of different numbers coming from what we were seeing on social media, what we were seeing reported from mainstream media who were, walking around and doing their own counts, as well as what was coming in from different law enforcement agencies.
Okay. Can we go to, it's Mr. Clow's notes, SSM NSC CAN 402941. It's page 11 of the PDF. And if you can make it just a bit bigger. So I don't think we have a date on this, although I think based on where it's placed in the document, we're maybe, I think it's after the note that you identified, Mr. Clow, as being on February 9th. And
This
it's
is February 10th.
okay. So February 10th. So this is, I think, is this the three of you? Or is this the other JB?
It's the other JB.
Okay, the other JB and the Prime Minister. KT will call clerk next. You're not being briefed by intel officials. Someone on US side who can give best advice. Surely someone in system, someone played out plan. And I'm not sure what RCMP, Intel, Lucky, anyone else to report on this. So what is this? Can you tell me what this note means, not being briefed by Intel officials?
Yes. So that morning, so this was February 10th, there were a series of meetings that led up to the incident response group that happened later that day. So right before this note, a discussion happened between the Prime Minister and several ministers, including Minister Mendicino, Minister Blair, where he was updated and it went around the table, full discussion of the current situation. This discussion was a debrief of the Prime Minister and a few of us staff members coming out of that meeting. So you see some next steps. And I believe the comment about Intel was a reflection that we were absolutely getting a lot of information, particularly from the National Security Intelligence Advisor, but there was an interest in more of it. And there was still an incomplete picture when you looked at the various blockades and demonstrations across the country and what was behind it and what was going into it and where was it going.
Okay, so not a lack of intelligence, but not as much as you wanted. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay. In your witness summary, and I can bring it up if you'd like, but there's the lessons learned sort of section or a place where you're pointing out some areas that you hoped the commission could comment on. And one of the things you say there, the panel suggested that the commission provide further guidance on the independence of police operations. Mr. Broadhurst, so that's the other one who's not here, sorry, underscored that the government understands the importance of not dictating police operations. And at times it was difficult to know whether the police and the government shared the same ultimate goal. The government should be able to discuss a desired outcome, for example, to clear the occupation and blockades, and share concerns about the consequences that the country would face if that does not happen. Did you, during the time that the blockades and occupation were happening, did you have doubts about whether the police planned to clear them?
I don't think it's a question of whether they planned to clear them, but that there were on multiple occasions where we were being briefed that things were going to happen that then didn't happen. So we found ourselves 3 weeks in with things continuing to escalate.
Okay, but you would say that you did believe that police and government had the same ultimate goal. There were frustrations and maybe mismatches in terms of timing, but was there a doubt in your mind that the police did, like, I know it sounds silly, but did you think that the police's plan was to just allow this to continue?
No, the concern was, do they have the tools, or is there more that could be done by the federal government, provinces, municipalities? Could we support them more? That was the discussion and concern.
Okay. And once the Emergencies Act was invoked, I've talked to this about some other witnesses, and I think they've agreed that although government can't direct police, one of the things that a public order emergency does is communicate very clearly to police that there are certain things that the government wants to happen, and they're giving them the tools to make those things happen. Do you agree with that? So in this case, the government wants the flow of funds to stop going to people that are funding the blockades.
Right.
And it's giving the RCMP and financial institutions the tools to make that happen.
The government, the cabinet, the prime minister wanted the unlawful activity and the threats to stop. And the Emergencies Act and the measures in it was the best assessment of what could be provided as additional tools to help the unlawful activity stop.
Okay. And once the Emergencies Act was in place and the orders were in place, I know the IRG continued to meet, and there was some tracking of the measures, of how the measures were working, right? There was an attempt to collect that information so that you could see what impact the orders were having. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One other area I want to talk about, I understood your evidence on the engagement proposal and why that didn't go further, because there wasn't sort of a tangible plan there. I just wanted to ask you about a different aspect of this. And if we can pull up, sorry, it's, I hope I have it here. Yeah, SSM NSC CAN 50292. This is one of the, I think it's an SSE meeting notes. Sorry, let's just take a look. Yes, SSE, and it's from February 3rd. And if we can scroll, it would be probably, I think it's page 8. And Mr. Clerk, you might need to, oh, you don't have to rotate it. But if you can just move it over, yeah. So I just want to ask about these some of these creative alternatives on this side of the screen. One is Le Grand Débat, modeling after 2019 Yellow Jackets protest in France. The country launched a national listening exercise, cross-country meetings. French president attended some. Did that suggestion make it to the IRG or to cabinet? Was that something that was explored beyond, I guess, beyond this sheet of paper?
And sorry, what date was this from?
February 3rd, I believe.
February 3rd. So that was the first meeting of that cabinet committee. My assessment of this document is that it's a public service document, which is fairly normal for these discussions to fuel a discussion. I would say on that, I can't speak to what was discussed or whether that was addressed in the meeting, but I would say in February, there was a very specific urgent need. And my view is that that would not have been appropriate to address that urgent national challenge that we were facing right in that moment.
Okay, and just if we can scroll down just a little bit, the last item there, communications shift. Encourage shift in communication. We hear you, we understand, go home. Question, does this legitimize protest? What about that discussion? Was there a discussion about, and I know we saw a text, a message that was communicated, I think, through Minister LeBlanc from Jason Kenney, saying, something about calling them all Nazis didn't help. I think here what someone's getting at is maybe we should tone down the rhetoric and try to, even if we're not going to meet with them, try to, in a communications way, tone it down. Was that something that was discussed or considered?
There were constantly discussions like that. Is there something we could say, something we could do? Just like there were lots of discussions about the engagement proposals. But the wall we would always hit is the assessment was, given the demands of the convoy, which was to drop all the mandates, we weren't going to get very far with this kind of suggestion.
Okay. Last thing I'm going to ask, I know I'm almost out of time. I just want to ask about, and if we could pull up, sorry, Mr. Clow's notes one last time. I think the clerk probably knows the number, yeah. And here it's page 23.
It's not almost, by the way.
Oh, okay. May I get one last one in?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
may.
So we're at February 14th, and maybe we can make it just a little bigger. Thank you. So February 14th, 12:30 p.m. I'm going to look on my paper here. PM taking, I think that's maybe
Taking time now, then it says he'll depart from the Hill to head to West Block.
okay. And then Jagmeet Singh, opposition leader, can do it whenever. The part that I'm interested in is this discussion about Quebec. And, I gather I'm not sure I guess this is after the first minister's meeting. So we know that Quebec is a bit concerned about the application of the Emergencies Act in the province. And it says, without saying we're sending RCMP to Quebec, PM call Legault, no intention to do anything in Quebec other than Ottawa. Pablo, I assume that's Minister Rodriguez, called to Legault. Military isn't a part of this, not looking to take over, won't go to Quebec border. So it seems if you don't need it, then we're not going there.
So this was a staff debrief following the FMM on that day, ahead of the Prime Minister's conversations with the opposition leaders. So at this time, the consideration was continuing around the Emergencies Act. So this was a quick discussion of staff of things we should be considering or doing coming out of the FMM. Given the Premier of Quebec communicated so clearly that he didn't want the act applied in Quebec, that's what that discussion reflects. It was a very brief staff discussion.
Okay, it wasn't ever communicated to the Premier of Quebec that the act wouldn't apply there or that the police wouldn't take action there, because that's not something that would have been possible given what the orders said.
Right, the act did apply there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. The Democracy Fund, JCCF, please.
Good evening. My name's Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer from the Democracy Fund. I just have a few questions for you, and they're directed to anyone at the panel. You were asked about political commentary from the United States. If I recall correctly, that was something that President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau spoke about.
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to ask you about some of the political commentary which happened after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and after the meeting with President Biden, which I understand to be February the 11th.
The phone call was February 11th, yes.
Pardon me?
Phone call was February 11th.
Yes, thank you. Can we pull up pb.can 6069 underscore REL.0001. This is a letter from Premier Kenney, Premier Moe, and 16 governors from the United States of America. And I believe it's dated February the 16th. And my friends and correct me if I misconstrue this letter, but the signatories here are expressing concern over vaccine requirements and the impacts of those requirements on the North American supply chain, the cost of living, and the availability of essential products for people from both countries. My question for you is, how does a letter like this get before the Prime Minister?
Could I see the signatories?
Yes, of course.
So in general, when correspondence comes in, especially at this moment on this issue, given the Emergency Act was in place February 16th, letters get to him sometimes through a normal course. That may take some time. Other times letters are elevated more urgently.
Okay. And this letter here, I assume it's important because we got 16 governors from the United States. It's our biggest trading partner, our best ally. Notably, it's signed by the governor of Montana. Of course, Montana is right across from Coutts, Alberta. Did this letter get to the Prime Minister? Do you know?
So I can't recall if this got to the Prime Minister, but I would say the views expressed match the views that we heard from a lot of people, but the government did not agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Can we pull up pb.can.401045 underscore REL.0001. And the document we're going to see here, it's not dated, but the top words are congressional reaction, and it contains a number of tweets, including a tweet from Matt Rosendale. He's a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Montana. And this appears to be after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and he says that he led 63 Republican colleagues in support of the truckers protesting COVID-19 mandates and urging President Joe Biden to work with Canada to lift the mandates on essential travel at the border. Do you know if this was ever brought to the Prime Minister's attention?
This specifically, I can't speak to that. I don't know if it was brought to his attention.
Okay, one more document, ssm.nsc.can 50172. And this is when it comes up, if I got the number right. Yes, so this is an email from Deputy Jacques Adam to Deputy Minister Jacques Adam to Deputy Minister David Morrison. I'm not sure if they're both from Global Affairs Canada, but the email sets out U.S. political reactions to Canadian measures. It's dated February the 16th, and if we can just look at item number 2 here, we see that there are different comments. One of the comments here is Canadian truckers being fired and now targeted as terrorists by your woke government. And it is attributed to a U.S. House of Representatives, a member. And there are other remarks from other politicians which are somewhat uncomplimentary towards our country. Do you know if this document was ever brought to the Prime Minister's attention?
I don't believe this document would. This looks like an internal document at the Department of Trade. But Prime Minister, we were all well aware that these views were being expressed by a certain segment in U.S. politics.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And Next, the Canadian Constitution Foundation, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Janani Shanmuganathan, and I am counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation, and my questions are for Ms. Telford. So we know that there were 3 IRG meetings that took place on February the 10th, the 12th, and the 13th. And while cabinet ministers were present at these meetings, it's not a meeting of the entire cabinet, right?
Correct.
And we do know that there was a meeting with the entire cabinet that took place the evening of February the 13th, right?
That's right.
And the following morning on February the 14th, there was a meeting with the first ministers. And then later that day on February the 14th, or at some point that day, there was a decision made to declare the public order emergency.
Later that day, that's right.
Thank you. And so I just have a few questions about cabinet meetings. Does the Prime Minister's office advise the Prime Minister on the agendas for cabinet meetings?
Usually the Privy Council office, led by the clerk, puts forward an agenda for a cabinet meeting. And actually, usually John's team here will go back and forth with them a bit on it in case there's any insight into, particularly into time management of the meeting. But they will present that to the Prime Minister.
Okay, so it's fair to say, though, that you have some input. The Prime Minister's office has some input into the agenda.
Input would be fair, yes.
All right. And who ultimately decides the agenda at cabinet meetings? Like, who has the final say?
The Prime Minister.
And does the Prime Minister's office advise the Prime Minister on which non-cabinet officials attend cabinet meetings?
No, not really. I mean, the clerk of the Privy Council would be the person who would advise and advise on officials in terms of who should attend. And then there's usually a few from the Prime Minister's office who attend, and the Prime Minister agrees with who those are.
Okay, so does the Prime Minister's office offer any input in terms of suggestions of who could or who should attend these meetings that are non-cabinet members?
Only of our own team.
Okay, and who ultimately decides which non-cabinet officials attend these cabinet meetings?
I think I just said that, but I'll try again. So the clerk in terms of officials on the public service side. And ultimately, it's the Prime Minister who decides who he welcomes in the cabinet room. But the clerk will advise and sign off on a list from an official's perspective. And then there's usually some representatives from the Prime Minister's office.
Okay, but the Prime Minister, I take it, has the final say of who attends.
Of course.
All right, and does the Prime Minister's office advise the Prime Minister on what information should be shared at these cabinet meetings?
Again, the Privy Council office, and so it's the clerk who will, and her teams, who will put together the information. And we may have some supplemental or additional information from a political perspective that we may provide in a briefing ahead of cabinet. But the documents come from the public service side.
Okay, so leaving aside the physical documents that are coming in, it's fair to say, though, that the Prime Minister's office has some input into the kinds of documents that are provided at the cabinet meetings.
Yes, I mean, we will provide feedback. Sometimes they'll ask us from the public service side what our thoughts are around, especially as it relates to meeting flow and what might be most useful, that kind of thing for the ministers.
Okay, and I take it it's fair to say that it's, again, the Prime Minister who's got the ultimate say of the information that's provided at these cabinet meetings?
Yes.
And in terms of documents at the cabinet meetings, I take it you also have the Prime Minister's office also provides some input into the kinds of documents. I think we've already touched on this, the documents as well.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of the February 13th meeting, the evening meeting with the full cabinet, who sort of set the agenda for the cabinet meeting?
Same process as I just described.
Okay, and did the Prime Minister's office offer any input for the agenda for that February 13th evening cabinet meeting?
So things were moving very quickly that day, and we were on the brief ahead of the cabinet meeting. And so I imagine we probably added some thoughts in terms of how the meeting might flow, but that would have been the extent of it that day.
Okay, and what about the information that was provided at that February 13th evening cabinet meeting? Did the Prime Minister's office offer any input on the information that would be provided?
I'm not even sure if we would have at that
I don't
time.
recall doing that, no.
Okay, what about the documents at that February 13th evening meeting? Did the Prime Minister's office offer any input?
Sorry, I'm not sure I know the difference between the last one and this one. I thought we were just answering about documents. So same answer.
So information, it could be things that are said vocally out loud to the cabinet members versus physical documents that are provided to the cabinet members.
So as I said a couple of times in the briefing ahead of cabinet, we will provide our insight, our advice, our best advice and feedback in terms of how the flow might work and just ways of approaching different things. But that's really the extent of our involvement in preparation for the meeting, whether it be documents or information.
And again, I guess it's fair to say for that February 13th evening meeting, it's the Prime Minister who had the ultimate say over the agenda, the information that was provided, and the documents that were shared. Is that fair?
Yes.
And just my last few questions I have. We've heard about this assessment from CSIS, an assessment that ultimately concluded that the situation did not amount to threats to the security of Canada as set out in the CSIS Act. Was this a threat assessment provided to the cabinet members at the February 13th evening meeting with the full cabinet?
I am not sure whether it was
think
part
the
of the
deputy
documents.
clerk and clerk, I think their testimony was
On this?
on this. They led that process, so I would refer to their testimony. I don't recall
Okay,
anything more
but-
than that.
But none of you know? Okay, what about an alternative threat assessment? A threat assessment that's different from the CSIS threat assessment. Was any such assessment provided to the cabinet members at that evening February 13th meeting with the entire cabinet?
So all of these assessments were provided to the incident response, the IRG, earlier that day. And then that was really rolled up and reported out to cabinet in the evening.
Okay, but the members of the IRG meeting, it's not the entire cabinet, right?
Correct.
And so I'm just asking about was there a document with a threat assessment that's different from the CSIS threat assessment? Was there a document that was shared at that February 13th evening meeting?
I can't speak to that.
And can either of the other two
I'd
of you?
refer back to the deputy clerk's testimony.
Okay. And we've heard about this legal opinion that was created that talked about how the definition of threats to the security of Canada in the CSIS Act has a different interpretation when applied to the Emergencies Act. I'm not asking about the content of that opinion. I just want to know, do you know if that legal opinion had been provided at that February 13th evening meeting with the entire cabinet?
I'm not sure what we can say.
Yeah, I'm
on
not
that.
sure what we can say on that. I think there's some cabinet confidence issues there.
So I don't see anyone objecting, and I think someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the input that's provided to cabinet in terms of what information was provided is not covered by cabinet privilege. I'm not asking about what was discussed or the deliberations. I
Right.
just want to know if that legal opinion had been provided at that February 13th evening meeting with the entire cabinet.
And Commissioner, it's Brian Gover on behalf of the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada maintains the objection that you heard yesterday from government counsel then about solicitor-client privilege pertaining to the information provided by Attorney General, Minister of Justice Lametti.
Okay, so I think we're stuck on that.
And just so I'm clear, that objection means I can't ask whether that opinion had been provided during that meeting? Sorry, I can't see anyone.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for an answer on that,
It's
position.
Brian Gover. You may not, consistent with maintaining the objection, inquire into the content of any advice given by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
And the question is, does that include the fact of, or of the opinion or not?
My friend may inquire as to whether an opinion was expressed. The fact of the opinion, not the content.
So to be clear, I was never asking about the content of the opinion. Was the fact of this, was this legal opinion, the fact that this legal opinion existed and whatever its content may have been, shared at that February 13th evening meeting with the full cabinet?
I'm not sure. From a document perspective, there were certainly discussions around it.
Okay, and the final question I have is, there was this Ottawa Police Service POU plan. Was that plan shared to the cabinet members at that February 13th evening meeting with the entire cabinet?
We had heard at various points in the lead up to the invocation that there were plans or action was about to be taken in various situations, including Ottawa. Absolutely, that was part of the discussion and consideration, the fact that action had not been taken up until that point. And the assessment was that was because law enforcement did not have the tools they needed.
Okay, but was that plan, the document, the plan, there's a document that's called the OPS POU. Was that document shared with the February 13th cabinet members?
It's hard to comment because we don't have the document. I don't know.
I'm not sure what document that is.
Sure. I'm not sure how much time I have left, Commissioner Rouleau. I can just bring up the document just to ask them if this was something that was shared during that meeting.
You're over time, so if you want to put up the document, that'll be
Yeah,
it.
that's fine.
And just, I'm
so
not
it's-
sure they understand what it is. A POU plan is a public order unit, which are the police officers who go in on a police public order process.
So I can't speak to that specific, but Cabinet was definitely aware that on February 13th, when they were discussing, the situation in Ottawa was worse than it had been at any point. And the threats of violence, the actual violence was terrifying. That's what was discussed at Cabinet.
Okay, but you can't say whether that document had been shared during that meeting.
We still haven't.
And I just want to be
seen
fair to
that
the
document.
witness, sorry. It's
Don't know what document.
PBNSC CAN 407734. That's the document. And I'll just ask them if this is something they've recognized and whether they know if it was shared. Just on that page. So I take it from shaking your heads, no, we need an audible
That's
answer.
not familiar to
I've
me.
never seen this. No.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Okay, next is the City of Ottawa, please.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Tompkins. I'm counsel for the City of Ottawa. I just want to ask you a couple questions about some comments in the witness summary. So, Mr. Clerk, if we could bring up the witness summary, it's WTS, however many zeros, 83. And if we could go down to page 4, bottom of page 4. So I'll start by directing my questions to Mr. Clow because these comments are attributed to him, but obviously the others can add in. So there's a comment here at Mr. Clow noted that the city was clearly struggling to manage the occupation and that this was reflected in most conversations and media reporting and reaction from residents. So Mr. Clow, did you understand that the response to the protest was a police-led operation?
Absolutely, I understand that.
Okay, so you understand that the city cannot direct law enforcement as to operational matters?
When I said city there, I believe I would have meant the city holistically. So all of it, the sum of its parts. Clearly, the situation in Ottawa was out of control, and that's what I was referring to.
Okay, so in terms though of it, you understand it was managed by the police though?
Which reports into the city of Ottawa. I mean, all of this is the different levels are relevant here.
Okay, so the police, you understand there's a police services board that is independent from the city?
So I've answered the question. My comment was that the city of Ottawa was out of control, especially in the downtown.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that you weren't suggesting the city itself could be doing more.
I'm not speaking to, I wasn't here, or am I now speaking to the specifics of the arrangement within the city of Ottawa?
Okay, and if we could just go to the next page, please. And again, it's you, Mr. Clow, referring to a meeting you had. And I think if we were to actually look at the footnote, I won't take you to it, but I think it's at February 3rd. And it's noted that one issue identified in the notes of this meeting was the fact that the request from Ottawa did not come from Ontario. And it was unclear whether provincial resources had first been exhausted. So this is prior to the letter from the mayor. So we're in the first week. And I just, Commissioner Leckie and Minister Blair have both testified that it's in fact very common for the city of Ottawa, for OPS to reach out to the RCMP directly because of Ottawa's status as the national capital. And I just want to make sure you don't have any evidence to contradict them, that this was actually quite a normal process at this point.
I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I stand by what appears here.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Ottawa Coalition, please.
Good evening. My name is Christine Johnson. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I want to ask you a few questions this evening about your experiences in Ottawa and also some of the experiences you were hearing of staff members that you work with in Ottawa. And I understand, Mr. Broadhead, that you live in Toronto and we're not here for the Ottawa protests. So I will direct my questions. Okay. So I will direct these questions to Ms. Telford and to Mr. Clow. So you were both here living in Ottawa during the demonstrations?
Yes.
And in the witness statement, and to save time, I don't think we need to pull it up unless I hear otherwise from you, but your colleague, Mr. Broadhurst, noted that at least some protesters engaged immediately in illegal activity by blocking and occupying city streets, defacing public property, harassing residents. Was this also your observation that this kind of illegal activity was occurring as early as the first weekend in Ottawa?
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Clerk, I will ask for you to pull up a document, ssm.can.00007737. And as this is coming up, I can advise that this is a set of text messages that we see at the top. It says Katie and JT. I presume this is text between you, Ms. Telford, and our Prime Minister. And I believe it doesn't show at the top of this document, but the way this document's labeled in our disclosure, our discovery database, it also says it involved Phil Prue, who I believe is the executive assistant or was the executive assistant to the Prime Minister. And you've testified here tonight that Mr. Prue lives in Centretown?
Yes.
Yes. And we see here, you can see faintly at the top, these are texts shared on February 2nd. And it looks like, Ms. Telford, you share a tweet from City Councillor Catherine McKenney describing the situation in Centretown. And then we see this blue box below, and I'm not sure, do you recall if this was from Mr. Prue or was this from our Prime Minister?
That would be Phil Prue.
Okay. And he says, yep, the honking wheel spinning went on late again last night. It was all day yesterday again. I put earplugs in at times during the day yesterday to make it less aggressive. It has already started again this morning. They have some periods of calm now, but then start nonstop for a period of time. It is enough to absolutely drive you absolutely nuts. The truck horns especially, they sound like they are right in the middle of your home. So would you agree that this statement seems to convey that for residents living in the heart of Centretown, the honking could be heard very loudly inside homes and not just on the street?
That's certainly what he was conveying.
And did you hear about this experience from other residents as well through your conversations with city councillors, citizens groups?
Yes, we were hearing it from local members of parliament, and they were hearing it from many of their constituents. We were hearing it from staff. We were hearing it from members of parliament who were in town. It was, and everyone was, from a staff perspective, was having to work from home during this period, or almost everyone was. So there were a few essential staff able to go in, but both because we couldn't access our offices because of the occupation, as well as Omicron, we were working virtually during this whole period.
Right. And on that point, I think I saw in the witness statement that there was actually a direction at some point that staff should work from home for their safety. And it was mentioned that this was never done before. It was never communicated that staff should work from home for their safety before. That was unusual and significant.
That's right. For a demonstration. Yeah. Staff had been advised to work from home during COVID pandemic at different periods, but for a demonstration, as far as we can recall, we've never had to send a notice like that saying stay away.
And in terms of safety concerns regarding staff, we saw in your witness statement, there was mention of a particular incident where a convoy participant threw coffee at a pregnant staff member. Do you recall that incident?
That's right.
And do you know if this incident was reported to police at all?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware that there were incidents of threatening and assaultive nature going on that were not, in fact, always reported to police at this time, and where they were, residents were not always receiving feedback that these complaints are being followed up on?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions for you this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good evening. It's Chris Diana, counsel to the OPP. And Commissioner, I can advise that I've been gifted 5 additional minutes from the Windsor Police Service, for which I'm very grateful. I may not need that time, but I appreciate the gift, and if I need it, I will use it.
Yeah, and if you don't use it, they don't get it back.
Won't be my concern at that point. I wanted to ask about Ipperwash. You mentioned Ipperwash in your witness summary, and as far as who answers this, it doesn't really matter, whoever has knowledge. I was going to bring up your witness summary, but I don't think that's necessary. You referenced that there was a verbal briefing. You said that in your evidence in chief. And I wanted to ask you about that verbal briefing. What did that come out of?
Why was there a verbal? What do you mean?
Yes.
So as I think I mentioned earlier today, it was actually something that I raised very early on in all of this, perhaps because I worked at Queen's Park once upon a time, but it was something I was just very conscious of and wanted to make sure we knew where all the lines exactly were. And the deputy clerk, who's a former deputy minister of justice, made sure to get us information on that.
Right. And the reason I wanted to ask was because, I mean, that's very preemptive of you, but were there any concerns that you had about comments that had been made by anybody at that time?
No, it was literally day one that I asked these questions.
And when you say day one, like the first day, the day of the arrival of the protesters approximately?
It might have even been just before. It was the very first meeting I was in talking about these kinds of things and hearing about potential, how the police were going to be handling things.
Were any members of cabinet asking you kind of how far can we go as far as police? Because understandably, there was some frustration that we've heard about police enforcement.
No, if anything, it was, everyone was extraordinarily cautious on that front.
All right, Mr. Clerk, if you can bring up pb.can.1870. And Mr. Cloud, these are some text messages I believe that you were involved with, so I'd like to ask you because I think you may have some specific knowledge. All right, and it's not entirely clear from the text themselves, although the description of the text in the database suggests that this may have been a text exchange with Chief of Staff Mike Jones, who I believe is the Chief of Staff for was it Minister Mendicino?
Yes,
Can you confirm
that's
that?
from Mike Jones to me.
Okay, and so I wanted to ask, and that's what I thought based on the content. So this is an email exchange you had, sorry, a text exchange with Mike Jones on February 6, 2:40. Do you remember this exchange?
I do, yes.
All right, and so Mike Jones writes, he expresses some concern about OPS enforcement and concern for the safety of the PM. I assume he's referencing the Prime Minister there.
Yes.
And he says he wants to go out and say that OPS needs to get control over the situation. And if they need more from OPP, they should make that clear, but they should get working on removals within the next 24 hours. Now, I take it that when he says he wants to go out, he's referring to Minister Mendicino. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
Do you know if Minister Mendicino or anybody else actually went to OPS with that kind of direction to try to remove people within the next 24 hours?
So first thing I'll say is these updates came in. There was a lot happening. There were a lot of conversations going on. So you'll note I didn't even have a chance to reply to this, or I didn't reply to it, but I would have received the update. My recollection is that did not happen, what is proposed here. And I don't want to read too much into the specifics of what is written here, but absolutely, as Katie said, we were always incredibly careful and aware that politicians don't direct the police.
Right. And when you say we were aware, are you talking about the Prime Minister's office or are you talking about all of cabinet?
Both. This was discussed and mentioned on various occasions throughout the convoy.
And is it because people were expressing concerns about police enforcement?
It was because this clearly policing was a central part of this. And a lot of us are aware of issues from the past. Everyone here is aware of Ipperwash, for example. So we were highly sensitive right out of the gate that politicians do not instruct the police.
Yes, and I would have asked, to be clear, I would have asked Minister Mendicino, but we didn't get this in time for me to do that, which is why I'm trying to understand from you whether or not Minister Mendicino or anybody else actually contacted anyone from Ottawa Police Service or even the RCMP to say, we want people gone, we want them gone quickly.
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, but you would agree.
But I don't believe that happened, no.
Certainly, and it sounds like the Prime Minister's office was very aware of Ipperwash, which is great. And I'm sure you would agree that if that had been communicated to the police service, that would have been inappropriate, correct?
If what is written here is a faithful and accurate description of what it appears to be written here, I do agree direction should not be given to the police by politicians.
Right, and you would have no reason to doubt that, what his chief of staff was saying. You wouldn't have a reason to believe that wasn't what he was hearing from his own minister, correct?
I have no reason to believe that, but I can't and shouldn't speak to that. I do actually believe this text message was put to Minister Mendicino this week, but that really would be a question for him.
Do you know, when you talked about the briefing that was done on Ipperwash, were the ministers involved in that briefing? I mean, it sounds like there were a number of discussions, but Ms. Telford, you mentioned there was one briefing in particular at the beginning. Was that a cabinet briefing
No, that was something we received on our request, but it was something reinforced on numerous occasions throughout the process.
And again, when you say we, I just want to make sure I drill down on who are we? Are they the politicians, their staff members, kind of who is we?
So we, within Prime Minister's office, who are here, we were briefed early on our request, but then the principles were repeated on numerous occasions, certainly through IRGs and through other discussions throughout. I don't think there was anyone that I worked with who was not conscious of the need to be cautious.
Correct. Thank you.
And just to confirm for the record, it was put to Minister Mendocino.
I apologize for repeating the evidence.
It's okay. We all make mistakes. Counsel for former Chief Slowly, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Panel, Tom Curry for the former Chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Chief Slowly. Just a few questions, if I can, please. These events have been described by probably everyone who has appeared here as unprecedented, and certainly in your collective tenure in the Prime Minister's office, that would be true.
Yes.
And the circumstances were also, I think Chief Slowly described the volatile nature of the events here in Ottawa, and you share that view?
Yes.
I think he may have described, or others have described, a tinderbox, risk of violence present always, it seemed, and growing.
Yes, and we saw it ourselves, as well as had it reported to us, the threat of violence both to people and property. It was significant throughout and escalating.
And although it may not have been clear at the outset of the demonstration and the protest, but as it evolved, did you come to understand that there were significant limitations on the ability of the Ottawa Police Service to manage it with its own resources?
It certainly seemed that way.
And were the briefings that you received always through RCMP officials, briefings on police operations or updates? Did they come from Commissioner Lucky?
Yes, though also the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, the NSIA, would have different parts to the briefs as well.
Understood. So just a couple of things if I can get, and I think they're Mr. Clow's notes. So could we please just get your help with a couple of things? This is for our registrar, SSM NSC CAN 2941, please. If that, yeah, thank you. Just just a little larger, thank you. So this is just to situate you. Do you see February 3rd, 11:15?
Yes.
And you've looked at some of these notes previously. That says,
Yes.
Looks like OPS won't move, weeks, not days. Weekend reinforcements problem. Behind the scenes, too deferential, need, I think I want to just confirm this as need bad cop. You've got to use the tools you have, whether to change public message is different. Those are references. Do you know what those are references to? Is that reference to the idea that at that time, at least, someone was expressing the view that police were taking a standoffish position with the demonstrators?
I think that's a fair assessment of that comment.
And then just in the second one, it looks a second set of comments. It said, just as to this, RCMP, does it say through OPS under bus at caucus?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
How do we get right people on the path to driving somewhere? Any way to get, well, and you talked about that earlier. Is that, to the extent that you can recall this, is that an indication that the RCMP was pointing to OPS as the police of jurisdiction responsible for doing this and that they weren't taking sufficient action at that time? Or can you help us?
It was, that's me recounting from a national caucus meeting that, I believe that morning, where there was a presentation given to caucus members. The large part of the discussion was actually around personal security and security of the building. There were significant concerns for members of parliament being able to get from the airport to downtown, let alone from downtown up on the hill, and actually getting off the hill was a bigger problem than even getting on it. But also as part of that, it was discussed, or it was, caucus were told that if it had been up to anyone other than the OPS, that they would not have allowed the trucks onto Wellington, and that they had given that advice and it wasn't taken.
Right, all right. Did you learn at that time from anyone in that briefing from RCMP that some RCMP officials had seen and reviewed and approved the OPS plan in advance of the protest?
They did not get into that level of detail with caucus.
Okay. Could I ask you just to look, please, at page 7 of this record, Mr. Registrar, just for a couple of other things. Now, of course, I've got to pick it out where it was. About the middle of the page, do you see there's a reference to, this is obviously a cabinet, it looks like it might be a cabinet committee briefing, but it says about the middle, 250 RCMP assisting, some holding back for surge, and there's reference to the Ambassador Bridge up above. Did you come to realize as this evolved that there was some misunderstanding about how many RCMP officers were made available to OPS at any given time, matter of shift counting and the like? Did you learn that?
There definitely appeared to be some confusion over several days about the numbers.
Right. I think the mayor of the city of Ottawa had said that what was represented as the number that had been deployed to Ottawa was smaller than the number that had been represented to the public and so on.
I believe he said that, yes.
And then just a couple of other lines, if I may. OPS, trying to reduce violence, are taking some steps. And then there's a likening to Ottawa's strategy to D-Day. Is that a reference to the idea that there was a plan in place to try to dismantle the occupation, but that it was going to require significant additional resources?
It could be, but I don't know that. This was an update from the NSIA to the Prime Minister that Sunday evening on February 6th.
Right. And then, Mr. Commissioner, your indulgence for one more question with Mr. Clow's benefit, page 12, if you don't mind. Of course, you were following this as this page is coming up. You were following this across the country. These, as you've described, Ambassador Bridge and the like. If you look at, if you scroll down a little bit, Mr. Registrar, there we go. I just want your help with this. Brenda, of course, you've described as Commissioner Lucky. Certain references to RCMP. Ottawa team headed to Windsor, York, Waterloo, OPP. Plan is to remove by morning because auto workers counter-protest. We've heard some evidence about that. Mayor wanted to remove chief, so then chief sent letters. Is that a reference to letters that were received by, I think, either the Prime Minister or Minister Blair requesting resources from RCMP? Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what that final line refers to, but this looks like a discussion of an update we received. This was February 10th at the IRG, that Windsor action was anticipated the very next day.
Right. Thank you. And then the very last thing. On February 5th, Chief Slowly noted at a Police Services Board meeting that, quote, something has changed in our democratic fabric, and we do not have the legislation or the resources to manage such situations. We do not have the justice system framework or the needed coordination between all levels of government to predictably manage these demonstrations going forward. You described a threat to national security. Do you share those views?
Yes. Largely, yes.
Thank you. No other questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, next is the City of Windsor.
Good evening, Graham Reeder for the City of Windsor. We have no questions. We've ceded our time to the Government of Canada.
Okay. Government of Saskatchewan, please.
Good evening, panel. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. Mr. Broadhead, just at the outset, I want to make something clear. At the first ministers' meeting, Premier Moe expressed the view that the Emergencies Act was not wanted and not needed in Saskatchewan, correct?
I believe he also said the 6 items sounded reasonable.
Might maybe sounded reasonable, but wouldn't be perceived that way. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
And certainly did not want the act to apply to Saskatchewan, correct?
I think that was clear from the Premier, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like us to take a look at a document. So I'm going to ask the clerk to pull up SSM CAN 406920. And while we're waiting, I'll let you know that this is an email from Ms. Charette, clerk of the Privy Council, to actually everyone on this panel at 8:24 a.m. on February 14th. So we can see there 8:24 a.m. From Ms. Charette. Good morning, all. There's something that's privileged, but then she is detailing work that seems to be going on. Other products in train, FMM script with Q's and A's, comms, news release, and BG, which I expect means background. Decision note for PM. Then at the end, she says, others still in the machine. Mr. Broadhead, when she says others still in the machine, can we take that as they were being worked on at that time?
It's not a very common phrase. Like, I don't totally know what she was referring to here.
Well, she says, only one I have seen is FMM script. And then she says, others still in the machine. So I take it that means those are in progress. Would that be fair?
I don't really want to speculate on what the clerk of the Privy Council was thinking with that.
Okay. If we could go on to a different document then, well, before we do, does anyone else have a view on that they're able to express?
Are you specifically asking others still in the machine or just
yes,
the whole statement?
Absolutely.
It could mean a number of things. I don't think we can speculate.
Okay. I'm going to ask the clerk to pull up the email that was referred to by Council for Alberta before. It's SSM CAN 402665. And this is the email thread that was entitled Presser Tomorrow. And I'd like us to go down to the bottom of the second page of the PDF. Right there is good. We can see an email from a person named Vanessa at the PMO to a number of other people, including others at the PMO, indicating presser tracking for 4 p.m. This is not to be shared publicly until FMM over and PM updated itinerary is available or is out, please. And her email there, of course, is at 11:05, I believe, if we just go up. 11:05 a.m. So my understanding is the first minister's meeting would have been going on at that point. Ms. Telford, was the purpose in delaying the announcement of the press conference so that the premiers would not be offended?
No, there was a lot of work happening concurrently at the time, and to be ready for whatever scenarios and whatever decision ultimately the Prime Minister came to. And so Vanessa, who you named there, who's our excellent Deputy Director of Communications, was making sure that all those tracks were heading in the right direction. At any point, things could have been stopped and things could have changed just as they were.
Okay. I'd like us to go to the middle of the first page of this PDF, and it'll be an email at 1:43 p.m. There it is, from Vanessa again to David Taylor and others. stating, "We just finished speech prep with PM. Alex is editing his remarks and will be able to share with this group as soon as he is done." So I gather at this point in time, 1:43 PM on the 14th, the Prime Minister has already rehearsed his speech that he's going to be giving at 4:30 PM. Is that fair?
Speech prep is our shorthand for going through his remarks, which we would have definitely returned to again that afternoon. And so that means they would have done a once through with him on what things could look like.
Okay. He wasn't rehearsing two versions of a speech, was he? One where he was announcing the invocation of the Emergency Act and another where he wasn't. Was he?
To be clear, I wouldn't call it rehearsing. The word speech prep literally mean preparing a speech. And so they would have been discussing what would have been going into the content in it, whether he was comfortable with where the drafts were at this point.
Okay. We heard evidence from the clerk of the Privy Council some time ago, and her evidence was that the decision note was sent from the PCO to the PMO at 3:41 PM on February 14th. We can pull up a document if you need me to, or I can just ask you to take my word for it. And if that's the case, are you familiar with the decision note? I gather you've likely seen it before. Is that fair?
We're familiar with the decision note.
Okay. A fairly lengthy document with a number of appendices, correct?
Yes.
And if it was received at 3:41 PM, do we know at what time it would have been returned with the Prime Minister's initials to the PCO?
It was at some point between
Yeah.
receipt and when the Prime Minister made the announcement.
Okay, so it's obviously sometime before 4:30 in the afternoon then, correct? That would not have given the Prime Minister much, if any, time to have read all of that material. Would you agree with me?
Well, a couple of comments. One, he did read the note. Two, the start time of the press conference, it may be a bit absurd to dig in on the minutes, but the minutes are important here. I don't know that it started precisely at 4:30. I think there might have been some delay there. But after it was received, the Prime Minister did review the note, signed the note, made the announcement. And that signing of the note came after the FMM, came after the opposition leader consultation. And that was the Prime Minister making the decision there before he announced it.
Okay, I'm going to ask each of you a very similar question. Ms. Telford, what I'd like to know is when you found out that the Prime Minister would be announcing the invocation of the Emergencies Act at the 4:30 PM press conference.
He and
And how?
I would have been discussing the possibility throughout the day. Until he signed the decision note, there was nothing confirmed.
Okay. Do we know when the announcement went out to the press gallery that the conference was going to be held at 4:30 PM?
I don't know what time that went out.
Mr. Clow?
I believe it went out earlier that afternoon, around or shortly after 1 o'clock. And the decision at that point to issue the itinerary was to notify media the Prime Minister would have something to say. And it is absolutely possible that the Prime Minister could have decided not to proceed down this path before he addressed the media that afternoon. And it happens not infrequently on an issue that scenarios are planned, a track may be on a certain track, but a different decision is taken at a certain point, even at the last minute. So no, the decision was not taken until shortly before it was announced to media.
Okay, I'll explore that just briefly if I can. Let's call the Emergencies Act Track 1, and let's call whatever the other decision could have been Track 2. Was there material prepared for a Track 2 presentation at 4:30 PM?
If a decision was taken not to invoke the Emergency Act on that day, the remarks and announcement would have been changed.
You're well
they
over
would
your
have been.
time. You're well
They
over
would
your
have been.
time, so you're going to have to wrap up.
Last question, but was there any draft material prepared in the event that the decision was to not invoke the Emergencies Act?
I'm not sure if there was.
You would be familiar if there was, though, wouldn't you?
But
given
my
your
point
position?
is, even if there wasn't a draft, this can be done quite quickly if in order to redraft materials. And it has happened before on different issues.
We got very nimble during the pandemic, where we were putting out advisories for things where we weren't sure what the content was going to be a couple of hours later. And that's what you need to do in times of crisis.
Yeah. I appreciate the entire panel answering my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we go to the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my name is Brian Gover. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. And good evening, Ms. Telford, Mr. Clow, and Mr. Broadhead. By my count, Commissioner, I believe I have 20 minutes with the kind donation from the City of Windsor. I hope to be substantially less than that.
That'll probably be a happy event for a lot of people, but don't feel on my account.
Well, let's see how we do. First of all, the Order in Council sets out terms of reference directing the Commissioner to examine to the extent relevant, the impact, role, and sources of misinformation and disinformation, including the use of social media. And by misinformation, we understand that to mean unknowingly or unintentionally spreading false, inaccurate, or misleading information. We understand disinformation to be deliberately and intentionally spreading false, inaccurate, or misleading information. Ms. Telford, at any point during the convoy occupations and blockades, did you become aware of any misinformation or disinformation that was affecting the situation?
I became aware of a lot of both misinformation and disinformation over the course of the occupation and the blockades. To name just a few examples, even leading into the first weekend, one was that this was even solely a trucker protest, and let alone the fact that it was solely about federal vaccine mandates. It was quite clear from very early on, and even leading into the first weekend, we knew from the Canadian Truckers Alliance, as was mentioned earlier, and also from data that we had, that over 90% of truckers were vaccinated. We also knew that a lot of the mandates that were being talked about were ones that were actually responsibilities and put in place or imposed by provincial level governments or even other levels of governments or jurisdictions, whether they be school boards or cities. And then, of course, there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation around vaccines themselves. And then personally, in terms of our office, we dealt with a number of different instances. Our official photographer was drawn into a conspiracy theory, unfortunately, where he was being alleged to be out taking a picture of some hate-filled flags. And he, at the time, was actually in isolation with COVID himself. There was no chance he was doing that. We began trying to correct that. He began receiving death threats during that period. There was also a fake letter distributed amongst people within the occupation that was signed, allegedly. It was not signed by us, but it was signed using my name and the Prime Minister's name, and suggesting ways in which we might agree to some kind of, I don't even know what, but this fake letter was corrected and actually made international news. It was corrected on CNN at the time. And then I personally was actually asked to stay away for quite some time from the downtown core, because it started on Telegram and then moved on to other social media channels. a story that was created, that I was going to create a false flag operation and have a horse killed, and then blame it on the occupiers. So there were concerns for my security during that period as well.
And I understand, Commissioner, that the fake letter that has been alluded to by Ms. Telford can be found at pb.can.401821. And the false flag regarding Ms. Telford and the horse is in evidence as pb.can.00001822. Ms. Telford, how was misinformation and disinformation conveyed or distributed in the course of the weeks that we're concerned with here?
We saw it being conveyed and distributed in multiple different ways. The letter, for example, was, both screenshots of it floating around on social media, but it was actually being distributed in hard copy. And the other things, as I mentioned, were moving from different social media platforms from one to the other. But it was also, we were seeing people doing podcasts and YouTube videos and different things where they were disseminating this information as well.
Moving to my second area, Mr. Clow, you've testified in response to a question from Commission Counsel about communications with Juan Gonzalez, whom you described as a member of President Biden's national security team on February 9th. And Commissioner, we have in evidence, and I won't take the witness to it, the text message at ssm.can.407744. And Mr. Clow, in addition to the text exchange, did you have a telephone call with Mr. Gonzalez that you recall?
I believe we did speak at one point.
And when was that in relation to February 9th?
I can't remember the precise date, but the first exchange, there was an email exchange, a text exchange with him on the 9th, and the interactions continued until about the 15th or 16th.
Thank you. The third area relates to federal, provincial, territorial consultations and the First Minister's meeting. And we have the readout at ssm.nsc.can 50625. And perhaps I'll ask our registrar to display that, please. And perhaps I'll ask if we could go to the second page. And you'll recall that my friend for the province of Alberta said that Premier Kenney was clear that the Emergencies Act was not required in Alberta and referred to the situation in Coots having been addressed. Can anyone on the panel assist me with this question? Do you know where the additional RCMP resources came from to address the situation in Coots, which we've heard was the subject of a police operation in the early morning hours of February 14th? Mr. Broadhead.
My understanding is that that there was a contingent sent from British Columbia to assist at Coots.
And in fact, at the second page, we have Premier Horgan from British Columbia indicating that his only concern is that the measures would be implemented by RCMP and BC, which are already fully taxed. Not sure where you're going to find the people. We've already sent an RCMP contingent east. Is that what you're referring to in that respect, sir?
Yeah. And I would just add what this illustrates is an example of something we heard from officials in the lead up to February 14th and the invocation, which was, yes, there was some progress in certain places and certain blockades, but the progress was done with the help of additional resources in certain cases. So in BC, for example, it was definitely concerning that Alberta was cleared with BC, not concerning, it's good that Alberta progress was made with additional resources, but BC was facing its own problems. There were arrests at the Pacific Highway. There was a military style vehicle there when convoy activity happened in BC. So part of the concern across the country was there enough resources across the board to handle all of the pop-ups that were happening, and we were seeing an increasing numbers that weekend.
And Mr. Clow, in the course of your evidence already, you've referred to this phenomenon of stretching police resources. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this was in the context, this conversation, of declaring a public order emergency, which itself involves a national emergency. Is that right?
yes.
Now, you were taken, by the way, to page 3 and what Premier Kenney said. And if my friend from Alberta said this, I didn't hear it, but she referred to, if we look down page 3, would be problematic to declare emergency today, and referred to what we see following the next point, starting with invoking what they see as martial law. What we didn't hear was what's in between two sentences. Folks at the core of this movement are not rational. They are prone to conspiracy theories. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
And was that, to the best of your recollection, a feature of what Premier Kenney said during the First Minister's meeting?
Yes.
Can I add to that? Just the other one that I think struck me in his comments was this line at the bottom of the page that I don't quibble using the Emergencies Act, which is in particularly interesting considering his previous roles with the federal government in that kind of national. And I think there, I certainly interpreted that as an important distinction between what he felt was needed in Alberta versus what we knew we were looking at from a national perspective and having to take into consideration the stretched resources, the movement, the differing situations across the country.
And Mr. Broadhead, to elaborate, if you would, when you refer to Premier Kenney's previous roles with the federal government, to what are you referring?
I believe he was Minister of National Defense in particular, so that was the one I was thinking of.
Right. And we're moving right along to the fourth area. Could we take that down, Mr. Registrar? And could we go to and display ssm.can.407721? And I come to this panel because I believe this was alluded to by my friend Mr. Miller on behalf of the convoy organizers, and I really seek your assistance in interpreting what I understand to be a note written by Alex Jarek. First of all, I probably mispronounced his name, but did you know who that is?
Yes, he's part of the Issues Management Parliamentary Affairs team with a focus on Parliament.
And so a member of the PMO?
Yes.
And if we look at this, maybe we could scroll down just a couple of lines. Perfect, thank you. And we see something attributed to someone named Rayal. Do you see that, Mr. Clow?
Yes, it's Rayal Lewis. He's the Chief of Staff to the Government House Leader.
And this says, confident we'll win those votes, need to do more in Senate to win that vote. Have I read that correctly?
That looks correct.
And how does that accord with your recollection of the discussion surrounding the pending Senate vote around the time when revocation of the declaration of
Sir,
the...
I'm going to object. He's misrepresenting the document. That document is in fact prior to the invocation, though it doesn't have a date on it. It talks about the announcement on the Monday, and it's quite clear that that record is in fact from prior to invocation, and it actually says in it that there's no violence under the CSIS Act.
I'm not sure what the date is. Is there a date on the document?
No, the DOJ never provided a date, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at it. So it's unclear what the date is, I guess, is what you're saying.
It does say that it's before a Monday where there's an announcement, and of course, the announcement of the Emergencies Act was on a Monday, the 14th, on Valentine's Day.
If I may continue, Commissioner, what I'm endeavoring to do is to ask for the panel's interpretation of this so that we clarify these areas.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And if this continues, and this is a part that I believe Mr. Miller had referred to in his cross-examination earlier, or his commentary earlier. NES spoke with NSIA and Jody Thomas, and then there's an arrow. S2 of CSIS Act, violence not met. New arrow, wonder if need full 30 days if Ottawa cleared. Then speech Monday morning. Are you able to help us, Mr. Clow, understand the context of this? First of all, what does NES stand for?
So this whole page, reviewing it, this does look like it's well after, it could be a full week after the invocation of the Act. Clearly, they're talking about the parliamentary process. So the first part, Rael Lewis saying he's confident we'll win the votes, need to do more in the Senate. So I addressed that in an earlier question, that I know of no reason to believe the Senate was not going to endorse that. And as I said earlier, the chief of staff to the government leader in the Senate was doing vote counting, and I believe that evidence was presented here, and they were quite confident they would win that vote. The rest of the page looks like more parliamentary process and an individual caucus member.
Who is that individual caucus member?
Nate Erskine-Smith.
And whose view did you understand to be that Section 2 of the CSIS Act had not been met?
It's hard to say. I don't know what this refers to, but there was a public discussion going on about this very fact, as there is in this commission, but I don't know specifically what this refers to in this note.
Right. All right, well, we've done our best to interpret that, and thank you for that.
Sir, sorry, I'm given the
If you
dates.
could please.
Well, I understand, but we don't have a date for that document.
Yeah,
if they
and
could
he
clarify
gave
it.
his best evidence, and there's not much we can do. So please let council proceed.
Thank you. The second to last area has to do with the process that the three of you observed surrounding the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. And how would you describe the process surrounding the invocation of the Emergencies Act, the evolution of the thinking of the Government of Canada on that issue? Perhaps I'll ask you first, Ms. Telford.
I think the process was, we tried to be methodical about it. It was very step by step, and it was seeking advice every step of the way from multiple parts of government. It was taking in a lot of different inputs, and it was doing a lot of consultation throughout. And so actually, even in processes that often go on much longer than this one could afford to, I would say this is actually one of the more robust processes I've seen.
Thank you. Mr. Clow, same question for you, your description of the process.
I would absolutely agree with that. I don't know that I have much to add, other than as has been covered at some length here today and at this commission, especially in those days leading up to the invocation from the IRG, and even before that. The steps that were taken were careful, considered, and there were a number of conversations involving a number of senior officials and ministers, ultimately leading to the cabinet meeting on the Sunday night. So to me, it was very methodical.
Thank you. And Mr. Broadhead.
The only thing I would add to what I obviously agree with my two colleagues, I think watching the incident response group, and I say this as a policy wonk and somebody who spends a lot of time with cabinet committees and these processes, it really helped facilitate the type of discussion. Having the experts, the civil servants, the key folks at the table, all the ministers there, that type of open discussion, it just meant we could move at a speed that the other institutions, the other parts of our apparatus don't allow. And so I think the combination of that and all the external advice we were getting, I think it was agree that it was a very kind of methodical process. And I think the Prime Minister was very clear about how methodical it needed to be, both before and after. So I'll leave it there.
And finally, our last question, and it's to you, Ms. Telford. If anyone were to suggest that the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act was politically motivated, what would you say to that?
It was absolutely not. It was driven at its core in every meeting the Prime Minister began and ended, and it was discussed throughout. How do we ensure the safety and security of Canadians? And there wasn't time, space, or desire to talk about anything else.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, Commissioner.
Okay, well, thank you very much for sharing, for not sharing your thoughts, responding to questions and coming to testify. Much appreciated, and it's appreciated that you accommodated the late hour. I'm sure it's not your first late nights, but it is appreciated. So I think we'll take a short break to move to the next witness, and we'll take to reorganize and so on. So we'll take 5 or 10 minutes for a break.
The commission is in recess. The commission est levée.